Background sounds are being heard. Arinji,
37.
Srinivas, you can mute everybody.
Yes. Ready, sir.
Yeah, you can mute everybody. Namaste. Good afternoon. Sri Guru Bhyo Namaha. I welcome all of you to this centennial celebration of Sri Ram Swarup Ji. It was a couple of years ago during a discussion in a mail group about the need to commemorate the memory of two of the finest scholars India has produced, Ram Swarup Ji and Sitaram Goel Ji. A lot of people came forward and said that this must be done. And R. Jagannathan, editor Swarajya, D.V. Sridharan, and Indic Academy came together and we set up a fund of 20 lakhs to initiate the process of setting up a separate trust in the memory of these two great intellectual Kshatriyas. Over the last 1 year, since the fund has been established, we have been working on various initiatives and research projects. And today, we are happy to inform you that the process of hiving it off into a separate trust has commenced, because there are a number of donors who have resonated with this idea, and they all want to contribute to this cause of perpetuating the legacy of these two great scholars. We have R. Jagannathan, we have DVS, we have Conrad Els as a chairman, we have Miss Meenakshi Jain, and we have Shrikant Delagari on the board. I now request Conrad Els to please take over these proceedings, give us an overview, and start the proceedings. Thank you very much. Conrad, please unmute yourself.
Okay, namaste. To stay in the right spirit, we will start with a little bhajan. Om Atamajyoti Namo Paramatamajyoti Namo Paripurana Jyoti Namo Saravatamajyoti Namo Antarajyoti Namo Shri Sadguru Jyoti Namo. All right, tomorrow it will be 100 years ago that Ram Swarup was born in Sonipat, a town just northwest of Delhi. He became the leading light in Indian intellectual circles during the Second World War, first as a Gandhian activist, a freedom fighter, then as the founder of the Changers Club. a name which you should understand as a reference to Karl Marx's saying that philosophers have always discussed the world, interpreted it, but never changed it. Of course, it was only a talking club as well, but it produced some fine thinking. And from there on, Ramsarup proceeded to become the center of the Indian anti-communist movement. Later on, when the worst of the Cold War was over, he turned to spirituality. He became a very prolific writer on religious issues. And it is in that context that I have gotten to meet him. It is he who gave inspiration for the Hindu argument in the then burning Ayodhya controversy. Then in 1998, unfortunately, he left us. But still, here we are to continue his work. I must say that in preparing this conference, I've noted that on the one hand, the Voice of India work in general has really found its audience, is growing, is expanding. On the other hand, amid the Voice of India legacy, the memory of uh, Ram Swarup is really confined to a far smaller group. People know the name Ram Swarup. They've rarely studied his work because it is less concerned with the immediate topics of the day. Whereas Sitaram Goel's list, for example, of destroyed temples, that is very useful, like at that time in the Ayodhya controversy. So it is needed, it is very important to go to the deeper essence, which is what Ram Swarup gradually specialized in. In order to know a bit more about him, we will start with a testimony by Harish Chandra, who is the nephew of the late Sitaram Goel. Hariji, please.
Ariji, please unmute yourself.
Okay. My name is Harishan. I am nephew of Sitaram Goelji. I have prepared a short note on Ram Swarupji out of my memories with him, which I would like to read now. Thank you. I first heard the name of Ram Swarupji after I joined my uncle Sitaram Goelji in 1969 when he moved to his new office at Ansai Road, New Delhi. He was engaged in the business of publishing and export of Indian books. I still remember whenever Goelji's friends or some RSS Jansangh leaders visited him at his office, there always used to be some discussion about Ram Swarupji. Everyone talked about him with affection and admired him for his path breaking books against communism. It was when I came to know more about him but had never met him. But I could make out that Ram Swarupji must be a very learned and intellectual person. His name was also mentioned often in Goelji's family and also Lohiaji with whom he was living in Delhi. In 1981, 1981, when my uncle started Voice of India Publishing House after taking retirement from his business, he often said he has started this company for the propagation of ideas of Sri Ram Swarupji. It was in these days when I came in contact with Ram Swarupji more often. He would occasionally visit Ansai Road office once in a while. His ever smiling face and calling me by my nickname Hari with love and affection still resonate in my ears. Later on, when Ayodhya movement also picked up and intellectual activities around Voice of India also increased, he was always at the center of these intellectual activities and discussions. He and Goyalji were often invited for discussion at the R.K. Puram office of the Vishwa Hindu Parishad, and his ideas were always taken very seriously. Ram Swarupji had a knack and foresight for analyzing political or ideological situations in the country. I remember very clearly my uncle Goyalji saying that Ram Swarupji has asked him to use his knowledge of history and to prepare a documented study on the temple destructions by the Mughal invaders to inform our people on Islamic iconoclasm. He was sure that when the need will arise, the RSS VHP people will not have any evidence to show to our people or government, etc. That is how the monumental work of Goyalji, Hindu temples, what happened to them, 2 volumes was prepared, which proved to be a very valuable contribution in this debate. Goyalji, Goyalji, yeah, that is how the monumental work of Goyalji, Hindu temples, what happened to them. Shall I continue?
Harishi, please continue. Please continue. Please continue. Please switch off the YouTube and Facebook.
Okay, okay.
Please be only on Zoom.
Okay, okay. Only on you. Goyalji always said, seeds are provided by Ram Swarupji, which later sprout in his writings. Ram Swarupji, as a great scholar and philosopher, is well known. But there is another aspect of his personality, that is, he was very humorous in his early days, if not well known. I remember Goyalji telling about his humor in his early days and regretted it vanished in his later life. It was in early 50s when Goyalji lived in Calcutta. Ram Swarupji was also living there with a friend. At that time, Goyalji was a hard communist and their economist friend was a great admirer of Gandhiji and his non-violence. While Goyalji was presenting his views politely against Gandhiji's non-violence, their economist friend was very loudly and strongly speaking in favor of non-violence or violence philosophy of Gandhiji. As the discussion continued for some time without any conclusion, Ram Swarupji, pointing to his economics friend, said, I have never seen any person defending non-violence so violently. With that remark, the discussion closed. His such one-line remarks became very popular. When, when Voice of India was started, Goyalji said to Ram Swarupji, we have no resources, not much support from any quarter. How we shall succeed in our mission to present our ideological defense of Hindu society? Both were sure it is time to act against the united front of Islamism, communism, Christianity and secularism. Ram Swarupji said, Sita, don't worry. Ideologies choose their own victims. You start this work and we'll see the result. Then Ram Swarupji and Goyalji's booklets were published initially, and soon Voice of India became the center of intellectual activity in support of Hindu causes. Scholars like Conrad Elst, David Froehlich, Dr. Harsh Narayan, Dr. K.S. Lal, Shri N.S. Rajaramji, Shri Kant Talageri, A.K. Chatterjee, etc., joined Voice of India. The real jump came when Arun Shourie openly came in support of Voice of India and wrote articles in support of Ram Swarupji when one of his books was recommended by Sayyid Sabuddin for ban. I remember clearly Dr. Raimundo Panikkar used to come to Ansai Road office to have talks and discussion with Goelji and Ram Swarupji in late 70s and early 80s. There used to be long and lively discussions mainly on religion, philosophy, Islam, and Christianity, etc. Likewise, Dr. Calvert of Belgium and Dr. Bettina Boehmer of Austria were also very close to both of them. There used to be very lively discussion in office as well at the residence of the Goelji. But soon after, Voice of India started its work and studies on Islam and Christianity were published, all this stopped and no more meetings took place. During these days of high political activity, my contact with Ram Swarupji increased. I and Goelji share a common telephone, and I used to pick up the phone whenever there was a call for him. I more or less worked as an assistant to Goelji and look after day-to-day affairs of the Voice of India. In those days, Ram Swarupji wrote articles in newspapers like Hindustan Times and Observer of Business and Politics, etc. He would always telephone me with his loving voice and affection and inquire if I have read his article or not. He would ask me or Pradeep ji to prepare photocopies of his articles and send them to some of his friends in Delhi or outside. I made it a point to keep a copy myself of all his articles and preserve them, which later got published posthumously as a book, Hinduism and Monotheistic Religion, in 2009 with the suggestion and guidance of Dr. Lokesh Chandra. And this book became quite popular. Sometimes, that is one funny part, he would ask me to get a copy of an article published a few days back in some newspaper without giving details about the date, article heading or writer, etc., of only telling the subject of the article. I used to refer the matter to Goelji, and sometimes he could make out which article he might be asking for. But some other times Goelji used to say jokingly, "This is typically our Ramsar." He was friend and guru of Goelji, and they were together in the same college, but had never met there. But Ram Swarupji was well known even in his college days for his writing skills. A common friend used to write articles and poetry in the college magazine, and it was common knowledge the actual writer of these articles and poetry is Ram Swarup. Students used to say they have never seen an impersonal person like Ram Swarup before. Goelji and Ram Swarupji differed in their approach, particularly in one matter concerning RSS and BJP. While Goelji always criticized RSS BJP whenever he felt that their actions or policies are not in the interest of the Hindus ideologically. But Ram Swarupji would often keep quiet and say, Sita, at least they are not anti-Hindus like other parties. In 1990s, Ram Swarupji shifted to his elder brother's house in Shaktinagar. I used to visit him in the evening, sometime on my way home. It just happened I visited him a few days before his death for some work. I never thought it will be my last visit to see him in person. Though he is no more, I feel blessed having spent some time in the company of such a great man. Thank you.
Yes, thanks a lot, Hariji. We are going to invite questions, but first we'll have the other testimony by Saroj Goel, the son of Sitaram Goel. I see here that he has arrived. Saroj ji, do you want to draw attention to yourself? Yes, Saroj, you are now unmuted.
No, Dr. Elst, this is Ritendra Ram Sharma. I think it's mislabeled as Saroj Goel here. I
Oh
see
my God.
sort of confusion, right? In fact, this is happening with other candidates also. Uh,
Okay, well then, if Saroj didn't make it, if he makes it later, we of course will give him the floor immediately. But in that case, we're going to proceed now with any questions or so from to Hari. So if anybody needs to know closer about this, you're welcome now.
may I ask one question to Harishji?
Yes.
Harishji, namaste. This is Ram Sharma.
Namaste. Yes, yes.
You know, I would like to know about the relationship, how much Ram Sarup ji was influenced by Shri Anirvan ji. Okay. So did he spend a lot of time with Shri Anirvan ji? Because I see that a lot of insights that he writes on come from Shri Anirvan ji also. So could you please share some anecdotes related to that?
Ram Sarup was greatly influenced by Anirvan ji. When Ram Sarup was in Calcutta, he used to meet Anirvan often at a friend's house, Gautam Dharmapal ji. Anirvan used to live with Gautam Dharmapal ji, and as I know, there used to be some meetings about with Ram Sarup ji and Dharmapal and Anirvan ji. And you see, I can say with confidence, he had lot of knowledge about Anirvan ji because in the book Buddhi Yoga of the Gita and other essays, Ram Sarup ji wrote a long essay, a long introduction on the life and works of Anirvan ji. It would not have been possible to write such a lengthy, you see, piece about Anirvan ji had he not read or known him properly. So I am sure they must have been in contact at Calcutta and having met there, you see, several times and discussed about Upanishads and other Vedic matters.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Hari ji, then I will also ask a question.
Yes.
The Ram Sarup was, of course, known to be very knowledgeable about Hindu spirituality. He wrote a lot about it. But as far as I know, at the time I never thought of asking him. He was not involved with any particular sampradaya, or was he?
No,
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he was involved with any other sect
Right,
that I that I know of. I don't think so.
right.
Yes.
Post lineage yoga is what they call it in America these days. Okay, thank you. Any other questions or remarks or additions?
I just wanted to welcome Madhukishwarji and Shrikant Talagarji who have joined us. We are very grateful to you for joining us. We will, of course, discuss during the course of the proceedings.
Right. Okay, in that case, I want to invite now Shaunak Mishra and Srivatsa Sasisekar. They are still students, and I have the good fortune of being able to invite them now, partly because several other speakers um, gave away their time. They had first committed to speak here, which is very easy on any place in the world. You can just log in. but somehow they decided not to. So then I happily made room for Shaunak and Srivatsa. And they are going to show that Ram Swarup's thought has percolated to the next generation. So please, Shaunak and Srivatsa, you have the floor.
Hello, am I audible, sir?
You are audible, you are a bit dark.
Oh, just a moment, sir.
Right.
Thanks a lot for introducing us, sir. Om Shri Guru Bhyo Namaha. Our humble pranams to all the distinguished people in this teleconference. It is a matter of great pleasure for us to be presenting our debut paper in this very esteemed platform. I would like to thank Professor Cohenradel, sir, and India Facts for providing us this opportunity. Now, in this paper, we will introduce the Abrahamic religions in brief and cover some of the most prominent criticisms of these religions through the lens of Ram Swarup ji. The global point of view and scholarship of study has been through the mindset of Abrahamic victors, whereas here we have embarked on the critical examination from the basis of pagan or polytheistic and Hindu spiritual framework. We will end this paper by concluding remarks of ours, which we strongly feel that Ram Swarup ji has not emphasized upon his book, Hindu View of Christianity and Islam. Now, a brief introduction. The Abrahamic religions are a group of monotheistic religions that claim descent from the Judaism of the ancient Israelites. The Abrahamic religions are monotheistic, with the term deriving from the patriarch Abraham or Ibrahim. The three Abrahamic religions trace their origins to both the sons of Abraham. For Jews and Christians, it is his youngest son Isaac, and for Muslims, his eldest son Ishmael. Almost from their birth, they have been systematic demolishers of pagan religions, cultures, and nations. Through their domination, they acquired great prestige, and their viewpoint prevailed also in judging the victims. Now, we would like to say some of the criticisms of Abrahamic faiths from the mind of Ram Swarup ji. First, since the Abrahamic faiths are set into domain of exclusivity, the necessity of prophetism is strongly felt. The prophet carries the burden of the extensive revelation God makes through him in order to reveal himself to the adherents. It began to be seen as a necessity to these religions of the concept of such a messiah or an interpreter or a revealer was a product of late Judaism. Before this era, the prophets were not arbiter of exclusivity, which is characteristic to such faiths. The adherents borrowed gods and cultures from nations and entities. With the coming of a Jesus as savior, a new common minimum to necessitate such a figure was demanded necessary. Jesus was the figure who functioned as the Godhead for the Christian faith and one who could offer salvation. For Islamic faith, Muhammad was deemed as the intercessor and the truest intermediary between the devotee and the Lord. Second, these religions lack the aspect of spirituality. Abrahamic faiths are purely based on only some Vyavaharika aspects. We can call it Vyavaharika aspects of Hinduism, and they, by imposing their human characteristics on God, totally neglect the Paramarthika aspect or the liberation aspect. These religions are rigid and disregard any questions raised against these faiths. Third, hostility and intolerance towards paganism is visibly the first and defining commitment of the Abrahamic faiths. Thou shalt have no other gods, or there is no God except Allah, means to its original audience, fight paganism and its false gods. Now, I'd like to hand over the mic to my friend Shaunak Mishra so that he could say some of the criticisms and conclude this paper.
My humble pranams to all the august panelists here. Continuing from where my friend Srivatsa left, I now touch upon point number 4. Ram Swarup ji also talks about Abrahamic exclusivism, which limits salvation to those who believes in Muhammad's credibility and Christ's divinity and resurrection to those who betray a lack of confidence in God's omnipresence and infinite mercy. Point number 5. The prophetic religions have nothing regarding self purification. They have always thought that they do not need one. They believe in the ready made truths which their prophet had received from their God. Point number 6. In addition to the complicity of the Abrahamic faiths with respect to the erasure of nativity, the monotheistic God is an intolerant, non spiritual, and a hegemonic entity who is often envious of the God or the gods of the other cultures. This is further correlated via the absence of any spiritual praxis, what the Hindus or the adherents of the Dharmic faiths refer to as sadhana or gyan, which in such faiths is justified by the lack of any inward examination, coupled with the sole mission of converting others through preaching or sanctioned holy wars. I now touch upon the final section of our paper, the concluding remarks. Although Ram Swarup ji has consistently held the belief in the entire text about the likely mass conversion of the Abrahamic populations of regions such as Europe to the faith of their long gone forefathers, that is, the pagan faiths, we find this not to be the case, as in the years following the publication of the book, the adherents of the pagan beliefs have instead been on a downward spiral, along with continuous slandering of such beliefs. This has also been accompanied by a loss of nativity. Hence, those regions we feel have increasingly ascribed to Abrahamic derivatives of rationalism, socialism, soft Marxism, etc., where the monotheistic God is replaced by a monotheistic utopianism. Therefore, we feel that the author has been quite expeditious to to conclude such a possibility and not analyzed the cultural deracination brought by the Abrahamic faiths more effectively. With this, I conclude my remarks and thank you all for providing me this opportunity to speak before this august and esteemed panel. I also bow in reverence to the Divgant Atma of Sri Ram Swarup ji, an intellectual savant and a champion of Hindu intellectualism. Thank you so much.
All right. Well, that was quick. Probably you felt a bit over modest, not to take too much of our time. But of course, it is a subject absolutely worth discussing. And I will myself open question time by asking you, okay, there is something wrong with Christianity and Islam. Is that useful? You see, I mean, there are many funny ideas in the world of religion going about the world over, but nobody cares. And I mean, if people want to believe, for example, that there has been no evolution, that everything was created ready made, and so on, it has no real consequences. You can live with that. Why is it important now to go into the uh, philosophical shortcomings of those two religions?
Sir, I for one reason would feel that because if you see Abrahamic religions, let us suppose Christianity for one instance, most of what the Christian religions, or we can say the Judeo-Christian culture, has been built on an ideological backbone of Greek and Roman cultures, which were polytheistic and pagan in nature. So, sir, we feel that that the idea of human species is related to the natural afflictions of the world, which are satisfied by the pagan or polytheistic religions. The monotheistic religions try to impose a sense of rigidity and a sense of artificialness into the human nature and try to bind it or bring out bring out its evil natures.
All right. Well, you see, playing devil's advocate.
Sir, I believe that the rigidity of these religions can be
Okay.
directly related to the dictatorship, I guess.
Okay. Now, if I were a Christian, which I'm not, and I would be faced with these arguments, I would point out that, okay, you know, we will for a moment put the monopoly pretension of Christianity, of being the only truth, of Jesus being the only savior. Let's forget about that for a minute and point out that even if that was not there in Christianity, it certainly has some merits in terms of, uh, for example, um, the abolition of human sacrifice. You see, this existed in some religions everywhere where the missionaries arrive. They work to and usually succeed in abolishing this practice. So, isn't it then a good thing that the Aztecs, for example, famous uh, bringers of human worship, of human sacrifice, isn't it good that they met Christianity and finally converted?
Sir, we could then, sir, suppose, sir, if I were to speak with a Christian man or a woman, and then try to interact with them about merits and demerits of their faith, and being a Hindu myself, sir, my aim would be to redraw them back to their pagan roots or to their native roots. And since sir, I would then try to explain to them how their entire faith was a construct that was geographical in nature, and it was limited to one area, and by the series of victories and swamping of other cultures, it went through on and on. Sir, we feel that in order to attack this aspect in a respectful and a dignified way, we would first discuss the contradictions that their religions have inside them. For instance, sir, one could speak to them about the perceived notion against idolatry, and the way Christianity emphasizes on ritualism, or the fact that there are crosses and idols of Mary and other things. If that rational aspect is attacked, we could sir then try on sir the emotional aspect of trying to convince the person of going back to their roots, where they could then honor their forefathers, and then continue the worship of a god, their own god in a
Mm,
sense.
yes. A question has come in here in writing. Um, have you delved into the yogic aspects of the critique of Christianity and Islam, which is very particular to Ram Swarup? Many people have criticized Christianity in the West, for instance, but nobody has done that job of analyzing the particular states of mind being developed and so on. Have you looked into that?
Definitely, sir. Suppose we have also talked about, sir, the aspects of sadhana and gyan missing in these monotheistic religions. Maybe, sir, my friend Srivatsa would like to add upon this and emphasize upon this.
Mm-hmm. Srivatsa?
Sir, yes, sir. These legends, actually, what we spoke in our paper was these legends lack the self purification aspect. That is, we are not let to know ourself, our true self, that is our soul, by which Hinduism really emphasizes upon. That is, by knowing our Atman, we can know the Paramatman. And these legends, they don't have this thing in them, as these are very I would say rather in a disciplinary voice. These religions are a bit rigid, and so they really focus on one thing, that is monotheism, one God, that's all okay. It's even in Hinduism, it says that na tasya prathima asti. Our Upanishads say that, our Vedas say that, that is true. But Hinduism, how it is different from these religions is these religions imagine Hinduism as a polytheistic religion, which it according to me is it is not. It is a henotheistic religion. It does not defy the notion that there is only one God, but he can take different forms. That's what the basis of Hinduism is, and I feel slandering of this point is bad as well.
Right. Okay. More questions. Oh, okay. You have, I've seen before in your notes, drawn attention to Ram Swarup's lack of criticism of Judaism, which is sort of the parent religion of Christianity and Islam. Do you want to let us know about that?
Sir, the main criticism of which we had with Ram Swarup ji in his book about Judaism, we felt, sir, the he had not drawn enough attention to the aspects
Hmm.
of Judaism, the especially the practices against idolatry which are mentioned in, for instance, Talmud, and their supposed branching out to the other monotheistic religions or the branches of these monotheistic religions. So, sir, we felt that a lack of attention, especially to the scriptures of the Jewish scriptures, and especially their attacks against paganism, it was not discussed adequately. Yes, it was mentioned, but we felt, sir, it could have been delved. He could have delved into that a bit more, owing to the fact that it is the parent religion of them all.
Mhm. Okay, thank you. In fact, later today, I'll take it up in my own speech because it's a very important topic, in my opinion. Okay, are there any other comments or questions? Because in the other case, I'm going to ask if Saroj Goel is now within earshot. I don't see him there yet. Anyway, the day is not over. In that case, I'm going to ask Ram Sharma to take the floor. You can amply take your time. It's a difficult subject, namely the treatment of language
Yes, yes,
by Ram Swarup,
yes,
partly in the footsteps of Sri Aurobindo and Anirvan, partly
yes,
original. So
yes.
please tell us.
Thank you, Dr. Els. Thank you. So can I have my PPT here also? Or should I, or will you allow me to have full screen from my side?
No, you suit yourself.
Because I shared PPT or my PPTs with, on one of organizers' mail. So if I
Now, if you
need,
push the green button,
okay, it's
share
here.
screen, then
Okay, it's
normally
right.
your PowerPoint should appear.
All right. So can you see this PPT?
I can see it, yes.
Okay. So I think everyone can see this. Okay, so before I come to the topic, I would like to thank Dr. Elst and other organizing members of this forum for giving me this opportunity to present my views on Sri Ram Sarup's magnum opus, The Word as Revelation. Needless to say that Ram Sarupji was one of the most influential thinkers of the last century. He laid the intellectual foundation for the Hindu movement. His works, along with Sita Ramji and various esteemed thinkers like Dr. Els, David Frolegy, uh, Shrikant Talgiriji, and many others, have inspired thinkers, thousands of thinkers across the world for now Hindu Renaissance. Personally, I consider Ram Sarupji as my guru. His works and the profound insights have shaped my understanding and helped me to make sense of the social, cultural, and political realities of our time. He was not an ordinary scholar, he was a mystique scholar, a very rare combination nowadays, and therefore brought such penetrating insights into subjects that it became the most authoritative work on that subject for future seekers, whether it be communism, Islam, Christianity, Buddhism, Hinduism, or Dharma. Whatever he wrote is brilliant, scholarly, insightful, original, and path breaking. I can go on and sing the praises and glories of life and work of Ram Sarupji for the whole day. You can understand my feeling on this occasion. However, let me come to the topic for today's presentation. Let me state in the beginning, I am not an expert on this subject. I'm still exploring the various dimensions of this work, which I started reading almost 10 to 12 years back. This work of Ram Sarupji is of profound importance from multiple angles. I can't even summarize this work in a single sentence. Though I will definitely state that this work is the finest expositions on the four level four levels of language in Indian tradition, namely Para, Pashyanti, Madhyama, Vaikri. I have often heard about this powerful concept, but could never locate any work that systematically and lucidly expound and explain what we mean by these four levels of language and how they are connected with our human cognitive structure, why they are so important in the study of not only language, but also for the study of mind and reality. As Ram Sarupji has made it clear, any worthwhile inquiry into linguistic must merge into an inquiry into the mind and reality. In my presentation, I'll be comparing the insights of Ram Sarupji with other modern thinkers of linguistics, such as Ferdinand Saussure, Derrida, George Lakoff, Mark Johnson, Ray Jackendoff, and Steven Pinker. So let's begin with this presentation. The title of his book is The Word as Revelation. And as you can see, the subtitles are two: words and their meanings. And we'll discuss later on why we are discussing about words and their meanings, though this book is largely known and remembered for the finest exposition on polytheism. If you want to understand why polytheism exists and where it comes from, so this is the work we must read. But Ram Swarupji has uses linguistics as a tool to explore mind, reality, and the higher dimensions of our own being. So that's why I've given it one more subtitle, and that is polyperception, polysemy, and polytheism. So will be moving from polyperception. Polysemy is multiple meanings, and of course, polytheism is many names of gods. So the late Girilal Jain, while this book was published, he called to Sitaramji, and I remember this from How I Became a Hindu. And Sitaramji wrote that Girilal Jain ji called me and said, Sita, Ram Sarup has written the book of his life, and you have published the book of your life. So this is something very profound and very fundamental work that has laid many ideas that Ram Sarup ji wrote later in Hindu view of Christianity, meditations, and Hinduism in his other works also. So we'll be talking about these things in this lecture. It's about language, mind, and reality. So of course, the first thing that comes into mind is, are words merely labels? Is language external to the thought? Or is there any intrinsic connection between language and mind? Is speech an outer ornament, or is language a utilitarian tool? Because in modern times, we consider language only from the perspective of communication, not from the perspective of cognition or from our own inner being. And does speech reflect deeply laid patterns of the mind? This theme will come again and again. So of course, he will be, Ram Saruji has also discussed, are words God eclipsing or God revealing? Because whenever it comes to language, it is often said that word cannot capture the highest essence. It cannot talk about Brahman. It cannot talk about non-duality and consciousness. But our Rishi Munis has written work that also give us insight about not only God eclipsing aspect of words, but God revealing aspects of words also, and how to unlock the higher meanings. And very importantly, which he specifically mentioned, that how to make sense out of the Vedas. Is there any way we can decode the archaic glossary of the oldest sacred scriptures? And because this work, as Dr. Els said, it's not an easy work, and I'll quote Ram Sarupji here, who has written that it is obvious that the problem which we have set out to study is not an easy one, because this goes beyond the mind in the twilight zone of rarefied atmosphere, where thought tends to seize and melt into silence. So that's why he said this is not analytical work only, which can be understood by logic only. This goes to the, to the realm where your rationality and rational logic does not apply. It does not mean that it will become irrational. Okay, but you have to go for deeper reason, and that requires a lot of patience and intuitive feeling. So this is what Ram Sarupji himself write on this work. So for me, this is an audacious task to share, about Ram Sarupji's insights on this work. I'll try my best, and of course, whatever sense I make today will be coming from Ram Sarupji. So whatever signals will be coming, it will be from Ram Sarupji, and whatever noise I will make, of course, it's my own personal understanding. So, but before that, we need to understand, because this work use linguistics as a tool to explore the mind and reality. So we need to understand the core issues of the linguistic studies. And I will take a very brief tour of what are the modern debates on linguistic issues. So let me tell you, if we look at the journey of Western linguistics, it can be captured into three parts. In 19th century, it was mostly about the science of phonetics, till Ferdinand de Saussure came, and he basically resolved many issues of phonetics. So, from William Jones, when Indo-European languages started and the study of Indo-European languages boomed, till 19th century when Ferdinand de Saussure came, phonetics was of the utmost importance for Western linguistics. And then in 20th century came Noam Chomsky, who studied syntax. So basically, the second aspect of language begin to gain more focus as compared to other. And we know it from generative grammar and the whole host of issues that come out from grammatical part aspect of language. And now in 21st century, with the end of 20th century, it began. The science of semantic is beginning, and this book particularly talks about semantics rather than about phonetics and syntax. So we need to make it very clear when we are talking about language, mind, and reality. We are not talking about here in this book about the grammatical aspect. We are not talking about the sound aspect. Basically, Ram Sarupji is talking about the semantics aspect. He's talking about what is the relationship words and their meanings. In fact, not only the ordinary meaning, but higher meanings also. In fact, Bloomfield also wrote in 1933 that meaning is the weakest point in linguistic studies, because no one knows from Western linguistic perspective, how does meaning arise in language. So to give you just a brief background where it comes from Western linguistic perspective, there is battle between objective and subjective interpretation of the language. What do we mean by that? So there are two views on language. If you look for last 200 or 300 years, one is called modernism, and other is called postmodernism. In modernism, language is considered, and mind and reality is considered as an objective reality, and it is studied from logical and rational perspective. And they believe that there is a one-to-one mapping. There is always fixed meaning, like there is one word and there will be one meaning. There is one sentence and there is one meaning of that sentence, and so on and so forth. So they believe in correspondence theory of truth. If you look at the left hand side of modernism, you'll find all the characteristic of modernism, and they explore language from this perspective. Of course, I need to tell you here also that, before we make any theory of language, we need to understand how language is connected to the reality, and how is reality connected to the mind. So that's why these are our major assumptions of modernism at the objective side of linguistic studies. And their meaning is considered as objective, as compositional, as disembodied. Now, this theory, this line of inquiry is culminating into artificial intelligence, where in machine intelligence, they are trying to replicate uh, the structure of language through logic and rationality, like one-to-one mapping. But there is a deep problem with one-to-one mapping. We'll come to the postmodernism and we'll discuss this. But there, it is also important to know who is, pioneer of this study. Like Tarski is there, Frege is there, Montague is there. All these people were pioneers of linguistic studies from objective side. Then there is a subjective study, which we can call postmodernism, which parallelly arose after the Enlightenment. So we can say this tug of war between objectivism and subjectivism has been going for last 500 years. So they, in postmodernism, they think that reality is always subjective. So you always judge and evaluate things by emotions and feelings and not by logic and reason. And that's why they counter objective linguistic understanding, where they state that there is a one-to-one mapping. So subjectivism and postmodernism state that no, it is not, and there is always one to infinite mapping. What does that mean? It means that all meanings are, any sentence can be decoded by number of ways, by whatever people think about it. It's like in modern art. If you just go in front of any modern art piece, they will not ask for any standard meaning. They will leave it upon you that you can decode it as per your whatever ideas is coming in your mind. So meaning is always private and therefore flexible and unstructured. Now, this is a huge implication if we go by postmodernism, because we are implying here that individual imparts meaning to sentence or words or language. But the question is, if language is so infinitely malleable, then how can it function? And who is promoting this view and who promoted this view on postmodernism? Of course, many of you might recognize Foucault, Derrida, and Lyotard. Of course, Saussure and Wittgenstein do not come into this, but their study.
Embed via astro dating of history.
नमस्कार, क्या खबर? नहीं एक्चुअली कुछ ऐसे ही वो कॉर्नाड एल्स का एक कॉन्फ्रेंस चल रहा था राम स्वरूप पे, तो मैंने कहा चलो वो
should we unmute?
पार्ट नहीं है.
Srinivas, please
हमने
mute.
आपको मेल भेजा. Have you seen it? हाँ, how to fine tune it, because.
Okay, so Saussure and Wittgenstein do not come into postmodernism group, but they were later on hijacked by postmodernists when they became popular in academia. So in linguistic study, there were always two views. One is objective and another one is subjective. And it went on like this was a tug of war. The battle was going on till 1980s, when another aspect come that we call cognitive linguistics. So let me move this slide. I think it's hang. Yes. So in 1980s came two philosophers of language, George Lakoff and Mark Johnson. They are known as co-founder of cognitive linguistics. I hope I'm audible, Dr. Elst, right? Okay. So then Mark Johnson wrote a very important paper in his book, The Body and the Mind. And he stated that there is a crisis in the theory of meaning. Because if we go by any objective parameters of linguistic studies, we cannot have meaning out of it. Because one-to-one mapping is like similar to machine is using language and putting one label against, one object. So this labeling of object does not tell us more about meaning. And about subjectivism and postmodernism, it does not make any sense, because if you allow every individual to have its own meaning, then language will be chaos and nothing else. So there he asks these fundamental questions which changed the field of language and brought cognitive linguistics in focus. So the first question that he asked is about polysemy. Polysemy is about multiple meanings. That why there is multiple meanings of word. Why do we see shift, whether it's because of historical reason, whether it's because of social reason, or whether it's because of any accident or any arbitrary changes that are happening. And they begin to explore about metaphors, and their study primarily became important for metaphorical aspects of language. He said that there is no theory of changes in meaning in Western linguistic, neither from objective part nor from subjective part. He also said that because we do not have any theory for changes in meaning, therefore we do not have any theory of semantic structure also. Semantic means that if meaning is not infinitely malleable, if meaning can be finitely malleable, let's say, to make it, to practically language to work, then it requires some sort of a structure to be in place. But what is that structure, we do not know right now. And they try to explore that from metaphorical studies. And they also said that we do not have very proper account of non-Western account of linguistic philosophy. So he was honest enough to admit that whatever we have been discussing so far is from purely from Western account of linguistics. So multiple meaning is something very simple. We have seen visual illusions a lot of time, and visual illusions are like, it never allow your cognitive machinery to settle down at one image. So on right hand side, if you see, you can never say that this is only one definite way of looking at the object. Similarly, in sentences, in language, we do not notice it often that how many times we use word that we never understand it from, let's say, objective perspective. So you just look at this left, left side, you find examples like I see the cat on the mat. Like the cat on the mat is pretty much example of objective way of looking at language. Okay, but I see the cat on the mat, we can say it is also objective way of looking at the language. I see what you mean now completely change the meaning of see from first sentence to another sentence. And as Gaurinath Shastri ji wrote in his work, that we have this uncritical habit of understanding language. That's why we do not pay enough attention on how language work. That's why we never bother about why this shift of language is happening. So next example, you can see the fire smoked a lot, Bill smoked the cigar. All three of these examples have different meaning in each of these examples. So why it is happening? Where does this multiple meanings are coming from? Of course, we can say that it's coming from context and nothing else. And what cognitive linguistics call it, we have this encyclopedic knowledge that allow us to decode such examples. But we will go deeper into this and we'll see what Ram Sarupji has to say about this. So the primary issue in linguistic study is what Ray Jekendorf, the cognitive linguist, call as meaning is the holy grail. And he writes this important passage, which is important not only for the study of language, but a study for the mind and a study for other humanities discipline. He says that meaning is the holy grail, not only of linguistics, but also philosophy, psychology, and neuroscience. Not to mention more distant domains such as cultural and literary theory. Understanding how we mean and how we think is a vital issue for our intuitive sense of ourselves as human beings. For most people, meaning is intuitively the central issue in the study of language, far more important than understanding details of word order and morphology. And this is what we can call, a $1 billion question, because so far linguistics studies could not decode where the meaning of language is coming from. This is something very similar to what we can compare with, a study in physics and science, where we have the central question of observer. who decode all information that are coming through our senses. So this is a similar question that cognitive linguists are nowadays probing over and pondering over. So we'll be discussing only two areas and what Ram Sarupji has to talk about this. Whether are words and their meanings arbitrary? And if they are arbitrary, then natural question is how does language function? And where do meanings reside if it's not arbitrary? Where does meaning come from? Of course, in Indian tradition, we have theories of semantic going back to, let's say, Sage Bhartrhari, who wrote about Pratibha and all other aspects of consciousness and related things. But here we will be discussing about from Western linguistic point of view and what Ram Sarupji has to say about this. Because if you just ponder over this, you'll find language as a river. You know, it is descending from the highest or the innermost depth of our being, and which we call para. Okay, and coming down where we use it as a communication tool, which we can call Vakri. Okay, so from para to Vakri, there are like language like river descend from the top of the mountain and go to the valley and then merge into ocean. It carries a lot of imprints, impression, influences, and many things. So similarly, when language descend from its highest, the topmost part in our beings and come down to the Vakri level, similarly, it also carries a lot of impressions, a lot of influences, which we can decode through empirical study of language also. But of course, up to the certain limit. So part one is are words and their meanings arbitrary? And we will see chapter by chapter how Ram Sarup ji has decoded this problem. And this problem of arbitrariness does not only belong to linguistic study, it belongs to the larger study of humanity. Because since postmodernism and its equivalent to liberalism has gained prominence in academia, they interpret every subject of humanity either through the lens of relativism, which is dependent on arbitrariness. They say there is nothing, such called absolute reality. And because no absolute reality exists, everything exists in relativeness. And because everything exists in relativeness, then it means everything is arbitrary. So this linguistic question is not only about language, it's about the larger studies of humanities. So the first part that I will be discussing is related to naming, roots, and synonyms. So what is the modern linguistic assumption when it comes to arbitrariness? I would like to share that with you. So modern linguistic assumption is language is arbitrary, conventional, and traditional. And conventional and traditional means at some point of time in history, there were a group of people who came together and decided what word will mean what. Okay. Though we do not have any archaeological evidence for such kind of gathering. So again, the question arises, if it is conventional, who started this? Because archaeology do not prove anything in this aspect. So words have meaning only as parts of system, with each word deriving its meaning solely from its difference from the other words in the system. It is called linguistic structuralism, which Ferdinand Saussure wrote about. Words are acquired habits. Any word could mean anything. Now, the problem is when they write any word could mean anything. Again and again, we have to ask this, if it could mean anything, then how does language function? So if I'm speaking something, how can you understand this? Because you can interpret it in many ways. And this problem of interpretation is the central problem of postmodernism. They say that there is no absolute or standard interpretation. We can interpret things as per our own whims and fancies. But what Ram Sarupji has to say about this? He writes, human speech is a great sacred gift of God and express the deep mysterious life of man's psyche. The same as temples, cathedrals, great music, and great scriptures do. If the present work inculcates a feeling of reverence and holiness about our language, and a sense that we should not abuse it, then its purpose will be served. Now just equate these two ideas. Either modern linguistic assumption is right, or what Sri Ram Sarupji's is writing is this insight is correct. So we will explore both aspects and we'll see that how Ram Sarupji is building from this arbitrary notion to the non-arbitrariness. Or I can say that Let's say if there is a randomness and arbitrariness in language, there is a chaos. But how out of this chaos we can build order? So in this chapter, the process of naming, he first asks, are words mere labels to objects? Are words mere referents? And before we come to Ram Sarupji's insight, it's very important to understand Ferdinand Saussure's work and what he writes about this. Because only after his work, this idea became popular that signifier and signified are not at all connected and they are arbitrary. And of course, he was not wrong entirely. Because when you compare one sound with object, you'll find that they do not have any inherent connection, because we can easily say that what we name by in English what we call dog can be can have any number of words in other languages. So we cannot say that only one word will signify that particular object. So when he was writing it from phonetic perspective. He was discussing phonemes. Basically he was discussing about sound and its relation with words. So that's why he wrote, words are mere referent, words are mere labels, and signifier and signified are both arbitrary. Signifier here means, of course, words, and signified here means object or referent. And he gave a lot of example in his only the one work that got published posthumously after his death by his disciples. So there are a lot of example in this. Like he traced the journey of words for 200 years, 300 years, 500 years, going back to 1,000 years, and he says this very appropriate thing, that if you compare signifier any word and its history for let's say 500 years, you will see that it changes a lot. It does not remain same. Like Old English ping became think. The French noun pass, that is step, and the negative adverb pass not, derive historically from a single sign, but now have unconnected meaning. So one word mean step, another word mean not. So how can we say that words are related to their meaning? Can we not say that words and meaning are arbitrary? So he wrote that in one of his paragraph that I'm quoting from Course in General Linguistics, the modern word does not contain a single one of its original element when considered from the viewpoint of the starting point. He is saying that any word you pick up, and go back to 1,000 years, you will not find their phonemes, their combination of alphabet remains same after let's say 500 years or 1,000 years. So what you used to call in Latin as a caladium, in modern French it becomes show, though the meaning remains same. So how can we say that words signify meaning or object? Because both of them are changing. Sometimes words or their phonemes change, sometimes meanings also entirely change. For this we can take example of dharma also. Dharma earlier meant exploration of consciousness. Now it is popularly known as creed or belief, though of course we cannot equate it with religion. But the point here is, Saussure was telling us that signifier and signified both changes over the period. Therefore, he establishes it very well through his scholarly work that we cannot say that language is not an arbitrary phenomenon. So this example of a dog he also mentioned, and various other examples. So this became a standard theory after Saussure, after Saussure, that names are just labels and nothing else. So you do not look names for anything deeper. So labeling of an object is an arbitrary phenomena. And if we go by indexical word, of course it applies there. But if we go to the abstract word, then we have a problem. We'll come to that. So after Saussure, Ferdinand Saussure, this study of words and their meaning uh, was never paid any attention, because it was considered as a standard theory that they do not have any inherent relationship between them. So whether word have any conceptualization behind name were not explored, because everything became arbitrary. Here, I would like to mention one thing, that Saussure never mentioned arbitrariness at the level of, he mentioned arbitrariness only at the level of sound only, not beyond that, because he was a scholar of phonetics and phonemes. And he stated this very clearly, that when we go beyond the realm of phonemes and come at the level of words, come at the level of sentence, this arbitrariness does not apply. this randomness does not apply, because he gave also the concept of linguistic structuralism, where he mentioned that one word is defined by other words or the group of words. Okay, so he never mentioned that whole language as a whole is arbitrary. He mentioned only this at the level of sound. But what really happened is that postmodernism was gaining a lot of popularity. They captured academia in one sense, and they believed in arbitrariness and theory of relativeness, and they hijacked Saussure work later on. So what Ram Sarupji has to say about this, whether sound can really correspond with object? Can we say that this sound belong to this object? He made this very important observation that sound is vastu sarupium. It takes on the form of thing it stands for. Now, this is deeper concept I might not discuss here because it will take a lot of much time. But what he observed was that at the level of vacary, at the level of gross sound, we cannot say that it corresponds to gross object. Only at the level of subtle sound, it corresponds to subtle objects. But there he stops his inquiry. He says that because it is a matter of metaphysics, it is a matter of going inside. It cannot be empirically observed, through our scientific tools. So he said that we should not comment upon this for this particular study. But he took one important insight from, let's say, Saussure, and he started observing this. So what Saussure is saying, that onomatopic name, the name that derives from the sound of object, let's say crow. So crow is from count, count, let's say pigeon is from PP. Okay, all these sounds are made by these animals. So why we have named this animal in a certain manner? Because we know that they belong to this sound. But echoic name is just tip of an iceberg when we name things. If you look at the dictionary, you will find non-echoing name in majority and not echoic name. So of course, sound cannot correspond with object in that sense. So he said that when we go to the non-echoic name, like horse, tiger, cheetah, jackal, okay, like horse is not named because of its neighing, but because of its swiftness. Tiger is named not because of its color, let's say, but because of its movement. Cheetah is named because of its spot and not because of the sound that he makes. Similarly, case with jackal and vesp. Vesp is known for its activity. So he says that non-echoic name is named because of the most striking quality that we observe in there. And he brings cognition into the central role of creating names. And cognition is something which came much later in Western linguistics, as I said, in 1980s. But cognitive perspective is intertwined with linguistic studies in India for thousands of years. So when he is saying about this thing, he is taking this Indian insight of linguistics. But one more interesting thing he mentioned, he asked us to assume, let's say, even echoic name exists. And let's say there is arbitrariness and there is a randomness in that. But can this randomness can be created into order? So he gives an example of, let's say, pigeon. He says that we call pigeon, let's say, by random phoneme. We selected P, and we begin to call it pigeon. Okay. But once that phoneme is selected, maybe because of randomness, but later on it loses its randomness. Because when we use it for pigeon-hearted and pigeonhole, then we know it is not random. It acquires certain meaning, it acquires certain concept, it acquires certain reality. So from echoic to non-echoic, we see the journey from randomness to or arbitrariness to some sort of order. Similarly, you also give example of gurg, let's say from gargle. So the noise that we make in throat, okay. So there we have word of gurg. From this, we have French word gorgeous, which means necktie. Okay, and then gorgeous. So he says that even if you take the first phoneme as a random sound, later on that randomness get diluted and order begin to get created. So that's why it's important to know what he talks about when what is insight about names. At best, an echoic name is a potential name. True name begins when it acquires a meaning beyond the objective names. This is very important to grasp. A true name consists not in what it refers to, but in what it means. not in what it denotes, but in what it connotes. It is an intellectual process, though the intellect works subliminally. And he gives here a lot of example to talk about, the unity of words, to challenge this dominant myth of arbitrariness and randomness. So in one section he gives example of that how new names are formed, because it is not a case that only naming was done thousands of years back or 2000 years back. Naming is still happening in our day-to-day activity. Okay, new names are coming up every year. Let's say by standard dictionaries publish new words that are coined in particular year. So he gives an example, such as vehicle, telephone, airplane, aeronaut, and astronaut, and he gives their root word also, and says that whatever new names we coin, we can trace it back to their older meaning or older roots. So there is nothing new in words, because old concepts are mutated, assimilated, or looked back to adjust to the new ideas. So new ideas look for old ideas to get incorporated. He also talks about historical and sociological insights through various words like property, capital, slave, comrade. What he is trying to make us understand is that these words also shed a lot of insight on what society went through, the cultural history of society, okay, the economic history of society. So let's say, a capital at one point of a time means only chattel, okay, and it derives from kaput. So now capital means, a lot of real estate wealth, let's say, but at one point of time, it only meant wealth in, in bovine, okay. So similarly, we can say that, slave, the slave is derived from word Slav. So it talks about particular history of particular community. So in this sense, he say that if we consider naming as an arbitrary phenomena, we can never gain any insight from this. And he says that we are important, we are missing very important studies if we are considering this as arbitrary. So what he is saying that word is not mere referent, words always respond, because word is connected with mind. It always respond to the ideas, ideologies, and idiosyncrasies of the age. He gives this beautiful example here to counter what Saussure wrote about. He says that sly, let's say one first example we can take. Sly earlier meant crafty, now it means cunning. Silly earlier meant innocent, now it means feeble or foolish. Temperament, earlier it meant tempus, time or season, now it means mixture. He says that even in changes of meaning, you can find some pattern. They do not change randomly, as it is believed by postmodernists. Even behind changes, you can find that there is some psychic truth. Let's take an example of chivalry and cavalier. So chivalry, he says that it derives from courage, but now the cavalier word is coming from the same root, indifference. So he talks about the Kshatriya value here. He says that when Kshatriya lives in their true spirit, then chivalry means courage. When Kshatriya loses their own values, their own duty, they forget about it, then they begin to exploit people. And from there, it begins to go into the meaning of cavalier. So he's saying that even if you look at the meaning and their changes that are happening over a century, you will find a lot of psychic truth, because who's responding to these ideas, ideologies, or whatever changes are happening in society? Of course, it is your mind that is responding to these changes. And how it is reflected? Language is the perfect tool to study how mind responded to the changes that happened historically. So of course, after every section, I'll try to give, one unexplored area. So what we can learn from this book also, and what are those areas that are still unexplored, and where, in linguistic studies particularly, we can create a lot of impact. So this is naming and categorization, and I'm giving two quotation. One is from Rig Veda and another is from ancient Greece, Cratylus. So there is this understanding of language, that language cuts form in the ocean of reality. And the similar quotation we find in ancient Greece. It means that language was intertwined, language was assumed to be intertwined with consciousness. Only because it is a property of consciousness, it can transform into the ocean of reality. And we have forgotten this lost art and science of what I call naming and categorization. And categorization in last 10 to 15 years, if I say last 2 decades, has become the prominent area of study because it tells us a lot about cognition. So language is here its primary tool for not only for linguistic studies but also for cognitive studies. Now there is another chapter on inner psychological connection, which he titled as root. And this is also a wonderful concept that he talks about. This I think I haven't read anywhere else. Though in Indo-European language studies, I find a lot of example of you know uh, through etymology you can trace journey from one culture to another through how words transform from one culture to another. So you can find a lot of social and cultural and historical data. But can same data of Indo-European studies or any other language for that matter can tell something about our psyche also? So the question is how infinite roots give rise to infinite vocabulary. Of course, this is again one of the prime question of linguistics. So Sanskrit, we see that around 2000 words and we have legs, 2000 roots, dhatus that they are called, expand into infinite words. So let me directly come to the examples here. Ram Swarupji asked in this chapter that what connection can we see between statue, stall, statistic and apostasy? If you see as a word as a fragmented and isolated unit, you can never judge unity of word. Okay, so because he brings he's trying to build up his case through various simple example. So he tells us that all these words are connected through roots, and roots unfold organically as per space, time, and circumstances. And it's wonderful to study roots and their expanded words from psychological point of view also, because how it can happen that a statue can have any relationship with apostasy, or physics can have any relationship with Bauer. So he shares a lot of interesting example in this chapter. So I'll share around 6 example in this, and all of them are wonderful and gives us a lot of insight about our own psyche. First example is satisfy, satiate, and sad. He says that these 3 words derive from one root. But how can you have opposite meaning from one root? Because satisfy is about happiness, is about joy, and sad is opposite to that. So he says that root has potential of unfolding in many ways, in variety of ways, and some of them could be opposite in meaning. So he says that that which satisfy, who satiate if an inner culture is lacking. So he says that it's not like group of people got together and they decided that this single root will unfold in so many words. Unfoldment of words through roots happens so naturally, organically, with interaction of mind with reality and with various changes, vicissitudes we go through. So he is saying that satisfy and sad is deeply connected at least through one root, and it shed important light on our psyche. Then he talks about simplex and simpleton. He says that there is a kind of simplicity that lacks discrimination and borders on stupidity. So, so when you are so simple that you can be cheated by anyone, then we say that it's simpleton. Okay. Then very interesting example of moral and morose. So he says that now, of course, these are two opposite words, moral and morose. So while virtue tends to make some people morose, other feels moral when they are only gloomy and sullen. So he's saying that if morality is not guided and governed by inner intuitions and psyche and only copied from commandments and rules and regulation, then it converts into moroseness. So that's why he's saying that from these words, we can not only understand socio-cultural phenomena, but we can understand psychological phenomena also. Then he shares 3 more words: beauty, prasanna, prasad, and glad. So beauty, he says that if we trace the root of beauty in different Indo-European language, we'll find that in Latin it has bellus, bonus, bonatus, and Vedic duas. So what he's saying that if we just trace the root of beauty, the word beauty, through different channels and of goes to the root, then in root we'll find that it is connected. What they are connected with? Like beauty is connected with goodness, and goodness is connected with liberality. Similarly, he talks about prasanna and prasad. This is very, very powerful example he is giving here because it talks about yogic praxis. What he's saying is that prasad and prasanna is how they are related. Prasad means to sit down, and then you begin to settle down, and then you grow clear. So he's talking about meditation and yogic practices here, and then you became satisfied. So he's saying that real prasad is to become a prasanna, or real prasannata is when you sit down and meditate. Now, I don't think historically in any point of a time, what do they called as, Brahminical conspiracy, that Brahmins sat together and decided that, these words will be connected. So this idea of looking at language only through the lens of evolution and only through the lens of socio-cultural history cannot provide us insight about such kind of words. Then very interestingly, he also gives example of glad. He says in Germanic stream, there is this glad, which means smooth. In Scandinavia, glad, open space in wood. So he says that glad, of course, means happy. So another root, unfolds in smooth. One more root unfold in glad. One more, not one more root, the same root unfold in new word in Scandinavian glad. So he says that mind has perceived a link between joy, light, and space. Otherwise, how can we understand that from one root, one culture took beauty, one culture took goodness, and another culture took liberality? Or for the, for this example, glad, Germanic culture took smooth evenness, and Scandinavian took glad, open space, and glad in English become happy and joy. It means that we can only study these examples through psychological affinity and nothing else. And that's why this is unexplored area in Indo-European studies. Though I'm not expert in this subject, but whatever limited understanding I have uh, through Ram Sarupji and various works that I have read in Indo-European studies, I have found that a lot of time is spent on socio-cultural aspect and historical aspect. Of course, they would like to prove that Proto-Indo-European language exists and Proto-Indo-European culture exists, and we know all vested interest involved in that. But what is missing in Indo-European studies is that how one root can give rise to so many words. And here I'm not talking only about words, I'm talking about ideas also. For this example, you see that is unfold and expand into at least, let's say, 30 words. But if we reduce these 30 words to few ideas, then these ideas are written in left side. That Sanskrit, it's a with, manner. Greek, it's just means justice also. Then in Latin, it's craft. Then in Old Prussian, it's arm. Then it's German, it's manner. Now, by any logic, if we apply, we cannot understand how Rith could be connected to arm or arms, let's say, or it could be connected to craft, let's say. Only by psychological unity we can understand how one root unfold in, let's say, 5 to 10 ideas and later into multiple words. Similarly, this example is from salvation and salvage, because salvage is a Christian word, we think. But we forget that whether we take word from English or Latin or Greek, they go back to pagan roots. Okay, so of course Christianity manipulated, distorted their meaning over thousands of years. But if we go by their roots, we'll find that salvage and saving doesn't mean saving by sin. It here means that from your fragmented nature you become whole. Okay, so this also tells us about the philosophy of ancient Greece, that they never believed in saving through sin or liberation as we understand in Christianity. So third section of this part is synonyms. I have to make it very swift now. So then he talks about the role of synonyms in perception as well as in cognitive study. He says that perception is directly related with phenomena of synonyms. Because to see more than one quality in an object, it is a trait that is the very life breath of a creative consciousness. Because until and unless you can see one object from multiple angle, how can you be creative? Okay, and if we judge any language by their synonyms, we'll find Sanskrit has a lot of synonyms for various objects, which is missing in at least in English language. So he gives two kind of example, one in which one object can be seen or perceived through many perspective. So here he gives example of river, fire, water, sun, dog. Interestingly, he gives a lot of example from many to one also. He says that one idea can also be brought from multiple angles. Let's say the third point I'm talking about in the right hand side, many to one, idea of transitoriness. Now, idea of transitoriness can come from a bubble, can come from a comet, can come from a flake of snow also. And there is this multiple objects are there, but they unite where? They unite in mind. They have this experiential unity. And this experiential unity is basically the domain of poets, because poetic literature is built of this, one to many or many to one aspect. They play with this sort of perceiving things from different dimension. Here he also makes this remark that when Saussure say that words are mere referents and words are mere labels. So if you look at the synonyms, in Indo-European studies, you find a lot of example that one synonym is taken by one culture, and another synonym is taken by another culture, and that happens with various culture. Over the period, it happens that culture forget about its root and they do not know the origin of the word. In that case, what happened is they started believing word only as label. So Ram Sarupji write that in due course they lose consciousness, lose psychological affinity with what they stand for. They degenerate from the significant to the conventional, from the connotative to the denotative, from the unique to the commonplace. No wonder that such names look like labels, because they no longer tell us anything about their objects. They merely indicate. They are mere text. And this is, I think, pretty much is happening with Indian culture now, because we are losing our roots with Sanskrit words and unity of words that are reflected in Sanskrit. So gradually we are also beginning to take words as label only, because only when you learn language that thoroughly explore the unity of words and the cognitive phenomena behind that can teach you about that words are not mere labels. And this has also one important implication. When words are mere labels, then every object becomes commodity for you, because you cannot see any conceptual phenomena behind that commodity or that object. Once you begin to see that every label or every object has something to tell us about its essence and soul, then we do not exploit that object. So when how words become label, he is also shedding light on why we have started taking things only as object, not as, let's say, energy, as concept, as ideas. So words are not mere labels, that Ram Sarupji repeatedly tells us, because he tells us that as a reference to physical things, words are separate, inert, and dumb. And here I will just try to contrast this view with Steven Pinker, where he writes that words are only pointer. Because in Western linguistics, they are still stuck with that words are pointer to something in the world. Though he's not entirely wrong in this. But as we have understood so far, that words or the meaning of words do not reside in the object. It resides in the cognitive phenomena that is looking at the object. But still, it's much better than what objective and subjective phenomena was talking about. So Steven Pinker say that meaning of word for natural kind, then like meaning of name is not a description or definition. It cannot be captured by analytical machine, but a pointer to something in the world. So that's why Ram Sarupji counter. Of course, he does not counter by taking names or by taking any ideologies. He writes that words are pointers to psychic reality and not objects. Objects are as much a pointer as words are a pointer. That's why when you look at fire, So fire burn also, it heat also, it shine also. At the same time, we can see a lot of words that are coming out of fire. If fire is only fire and it is a tool for utilitarian purpose, then we cannot see how naturally and organically fire is connected with energy, vigor, ardor, passion, anger, destruction. Similarly, very interestingly, he gives example of a stone also. A stone can be dead, dumb, or inert if you think word as mere labels. But a stone can also teach you something if you have open mind, if you have sensitivity. Let's say if you are talking from geological perspective, then a stone will never remain a stone. It will have higher purpose of, in evolution, in a geological time scale. From poetic and spiritual perspective, Ram Sarupji says that a stone can also connote inflexibility, insensitivity, unresponsiveness. At the same time, we have this word of, from humus, homage, humiliate, and humble. So, how these meanings are coming up? Do we sit and try to decide which meaning will which come from which word? No. He's saying that meaning resides in mind. Objects or words are only pointers. If we think that meaning resides in word, then we'll be mistaken. If it resides in object, then we'll be partially understanding how language function. And here he asks this a very important question, which come first, physical reference or larger conceptions? Because if you look at the word fire and stone and look at the meanings that we get from fire and stone, then we see that conception is higher. At least there are a lot of conception behind one object. So how can one object can give so much conceptions? It should give one-to-one conception, but that is not happening. So we'll come to this point again later on. So humans are not satisfied only by stating the fact or reporting an object. He's saying that we are not a reporter. We just do not share data and information. We always look for some larger meaning in life. So every stone can give you higher meaning. Fire can give you higher meaning. For that matter, anything, any object that you encounter can give higher meaning. So here is the pointer that he's saying that there is this unexplored area, and he gives beautiful example from Roget's thesaurus. He says that in modern time, because of our English, culture and English influence of our modern education, modern Western education, we see that dictionaries are always arranged alphabetically. That was not the case in uh, with Sanskrit studies. Why he says so? He's saying that when you arrange words alphabetically, you always have feeling that words are fragmented, isolated. Words are like, one-to-one mapping you do, and you just go to one word and you try to understand their meaning, okay, from that particular. So word and meaning look more like words and labels. But when you arrange dictionary, let's say it was used to arrange in Sanskrit studies, like through Amar Kosh, or let's say through, Dhatu part, then you will have different idea about language. So even by changing dictionary, you can, or maybe by adding, different kind of dictionary, you can get a lot of good insights from, unity of words and unity of language. Here he gives example of elevation, which is there in Roget's thesaurus, and he says that elevation as a word, if you go in alphabetical dictionary, you will find only one meaning. But Roget's give around 8 to 10 categories, and he says that elevation appear in at least 3 categories. And here you can see that these category of elevation do not only talk about its physical aspect. Elevation is related to our intellectual aspect. Elevation is related to our moral aspect. So look at the beauty if you try to learn language from such kind of dictionaries. So we come to the second part now, and I'll go very fast now. I've already taken much time. So the second question that we wanted to discuss, the first one was, are words mere labels, or are words and their meaning arbitrary? Second is, if they are not arbitrary, as Ram Sarupji has given us a lot of hint in this 3 or 4 chapters, if meaning resides somewhere, and if there is unity of words that is reflected through unity of mind, okay, or through structure of mind, so where do meanings reside? Here comes the important insights from cognitive linguistics. Cognitive linguistics as a subject started in 1980 with the publication of Metaphors We Live By. So it's the same year, incidentally, when Ram Sarupji also published The Word as Revelation. Of course, I gave the title of this talk, Ram Sarup ji, Shri Ram Sarup, a cognitive linguist par excellence. But I do not mean it to say equate anything, because Ram Sarup ji's insight are far higher, deeper than what cognitive linguists right now telling us. But because they broke this tug of war between objectivism and subjectivism, and brought some fresh inputs into the linguistic studies. That's why it's important to look at the cognitive linguistics. And the one most important insight that Lekoff and Johnson has given to us. So here the question was, the meaning is the holy grail. But Ram Sarupji is not only talking about meaning, he's talking also about the higher meaning. We'll come to that. So the foundation of cognitive linguistics is built on these theories. Theory of Gestalt, theory of categorization, perceptual symbol systems, embodied cognition. I cannot go into this, these theories. I'll just take one of their ideas and we'll try to see that where does it fit with Ram Sarupji's insight. So the most important insight that comes from cognitive linguistics is that metaphor is not a linguistic feature alone. Now, it means that metaphor, which we think as an ornament of language, which we think is something which we use for decorative and poetic purpose, is not only language phenomena. It is intertwined with cognitive processes of the human brain. Human thought is itself metaphorical in nature. This is the most profound insight they gave, and therefore mirrors in language. The study of metaphor will help us understand how our thought process is structured. Now, the importance of this work lies in a fact that such kind of a statement in Western linguistics came after 2000 years. Socrates and Plato talked about language from this perspective. If you read the work of Plato's, particularly Plato's, Cratylus, where Socrates is discussing the linguistic phenomena, there they know that how language is intertwined with cognitive structure. But in last 2000 years, because of dark ages and because of derailing of Western society from its own spiritual roots, then the linguistic studies also got derailed. So metaphor is something which talks about cognitive structure. And there they talk about one concept, that is image schema. I'll just try to briefly explain that and we'll come to Ram Sarupji's point. So what happens when you look at the object? Our ordinary perspective is that there is word and there is world. And now even our Sanskrit tradition insight of Nam Roop, we try to decode in the same way. Though Nam and Roop has higher meaning. So do not try to link this with Nam and Roop. This is about word and object. So ordinary perspective is that there is one object and then there is this one word. And we try to correlate that word with that object. And what analytical perspectives are doing from objective side, from machine learning, what they are trying to understand, that when you look at object, you try to extract, point by point, the features of that object. And why you can do that? Because there is, logic, reason behind every object, and you try to study it through analytical perspective. And this is what is happening in machine intelligence also, that they list out, if particular object is there, then let's say dog is there, then they will look for fur, paws, nose, tail, and they will try to define dog from all these characteristics and feature. But if I ask you, do we see object and try to cognize and recognize in this way? No. So what is cognitive perspective? So cognitive linguistics tells us that there is perceptual experience. This is the first is the visual image that you are seeing. And that is extracted and that become abstract image. And from this abstract image, language and thought come. Now this abstract image, let me give, just let me share one more slide and I will try to explain that how it is closely related to what we call Pashyanti. So image schema is something that when you perceive any object, so on right hand side, I've given one example. So first is object perceived, then you have visual image that happens at the level of mind. But schema is something which is higher than visual image. Their abstract image is formed. And that abstract image, hierarchically, structurally, linearly has its impact not only at the physical level, but at the mental level, at the intellectual level, and much above that. So if you look at the characteristics of image schema, which is given on left hand side, you will find that image schema are pre-conceptual in origin. Of course, I cannot go into the details of all these points, but this is very important that pre-conceptual means that we cannot understand it at the level of perception and at the level of cognition. Okay. Image schema give rise to concept. So it is before concept. Image schema derived from embodied experience. Because this theory is based on embodied cognition of Francisco Varela and other cognitive scientists, so they think that object is primary or matter is primary and all other meanings come, all others meaning are secondary. Image schema are not the same as mental image. They clearly state this. Image schemas are multimodal. Image schemas are analog representation. This is very important point, extending over sensory, mental, intellectual, and abstract patterns. So you come across any object, and when you see that object, that does not only impact your mind, it impacts your sensory senses, that impacts your intellect, that impacts your emotion and everything. And that's why they're saying that multiple meaning of words or multiple meaning in language can only be understood through this image schema. Because every word can be understood at the physical level, at the mental level, at the intellectual level, at they do not talk, of course, about a spiritual level, but if we go by Indian insight, it can be understood at the spiritual level also. So these are two famous examples from George Lakoff book, Metaphors We Live By. So first is by over. So if you look at, how this word over is used in different sentences, you'll find that at one place you will see physical meaning like painting is over the bed. If you look at don't overextend yourself, you'll find something related to force or energy. Then she has a strange power over me. He turned the question over in his mind. So you move from physical level to mental level and then to intellectual level. And that happens automatically when we come across any object or any phenomena and try to replicate in our cognitive structure. So this is something also very famous example from cognitive linguistics, up and down. So that up and down is not only about physical thing, it is also about mental thing. That's why we say that I have control over her. She has high standards. He couldn't rise above his emotion. So all physical meanings get replicated over mental level and subsequently over intellectual level. So these structuring of words or structuring of meaning of one word is very important insight from cognitive linguistics. And Mark Johnson's give us a lot of basic schemas like up and down and over, and he says that these basic schemas produce large number of vocabulary and large number of sentences. Of course, in most of the studies of cognitive linguistics, we do not find anything related to words and their meaning. Basically, they are focusing on sentence. Now, this basic schemas are something very closer to what we call dhatus, because from dhatus we have multiple ideas, and from multiple ideas we have infinite words. So this is something very closer to that. And Ram Sarupji also give us this insight that words derive their meaning from different organs of the mind. Words exist, play the role at the different organs of the mind. So language not only reflect the outer world, it reflects the peculiarity and structure of the mind. So what Ram Sarupji is saying, I have written on one side, and what cognitive linguists are saying is on other side. Ram Sarupji say that when you encounter word, it affects your your manas, your senses. It affects your feeling. It indicates class. It indicates ideas. It also stands for the psychic truth. I'll share one example for this also, which he has beautifully illustrated in his work. On the other hand, cognitive linguists are also saying the same thing, that this simple image of word and world and word and object does not apply, because when word or object enters, how does word encode that object and encode the meaning is happens through this complex process. If I compare this with Indian schema of interpretation, then this closely resemble what we call, at physical level, Deha, Pran, Manas, Buddhi. And this insight of, Indian linguistic tradition basically is used by Ram Swarup ji. So he gives one example of thorn because he very beautifully illustrated example of a stone also, and a lot of insights that we can get from dirt, inert, inanimate matter. So he similarly used this example that when you come across thorn, of course, the first thing that hit you at the object level is that it prickles. Okay. But very soon you start using that prickleness or thorn as a quality in nails and needles also. It also give rise to words at the level of feeling, like stinging, piercing, biting, cutting. And this is not happening analytically. This is happening very organically because the way our mind is structured, the way our cognitive structuring is happening. Okay. Then the similar word thorn give rise to idea that intricate or difficult or vexing situation. So here, when it becomes idea, it can give birth to many new sentences. Okay. And then at the end, it converts into image. So if I say that four levels of language that we often discuss in Indian tradition, I think it's beautifully illustrated with this example that from Vakri to Pashyanti, how things move, or from Pashyanti to Vakri, let's say, because we believe that Para is first, Pashyanti is second, and then Madhyama and Vakri. So word function at various levels, and that happens automatically, organically, naturally, without our knowing it. Because as Gaurinath Shastri tells us that we have this uncritical habit of understanding language, and we do not pay enough attention to how language is encoding and decoding meaning. So this is something very similar to simple theory of how we decode words at level of physical and vital, mental and intellectual level. And here Ram Swarup ji insight is very important for the science of semantics. And remember, the science of phonetics, the science of syntax, and the science of semantics. 21st century is the science of semantics. And Ram Swarup ji has made a very important contribution in this area. Because he says that words derive their meaning from different organs of the mind. Of course, it is very similar to what cognitive linguists are saying, but there is one huge difference in it. Cognitive linguists assume that it is structured linearly, like the word as it exists at physical level, it exists at mental level, it exists at intellectual level. But Ram Swarup ji says that every organ, different organs, has its uh, own way of interpreting things. Like what exists at the level of manas will not exist at the level of buddhi. Buddhi conceptualize, manas generalize, and when we look at it the physical level, it is particularize. So this chart, basically I have tried to derive this idea from Ram Swarup ji's work, that language exists at these four levels and how to understand this in a simplistic manner. Okay. So this new dimension of science of semantics is very important to contribute something original in linguistic studies. And India was much ahead in linguistic studies for thousands of years. But for last, I think 40 years, we haven't made any contribution in this area now. He also talks about that this is not only a structure of mind, a cognitive structure that gives meaning. And he brings this very important concept, the Chitta Bhumi, that every level of organ has its purity. How much your mind is purified, how much your intellect is purified. So he says that if we try to, let's say, simplify it, there are two bhumis, Kama Bhumi and Dhyana Bhumi. So Kama Bhumi always will give you surface meaning. And there he talks about how words become labels. And he also talks about that how can labels become words again, with full of vitality, energy, consciousness, and the ideas behind that. And he gives here example. Of course, he doesn't share many example. The simple example that he has given, which became a foundation for his other work also, is that gods became ego god if you go from Dhyan Bhumi to Kama Bhumi. And that's what we see in Abrahamic religion, Semitic religion also. How dharma is converted into religion, how dharma, which used to mean consciousness and exploration of consciousness, is now converted into, at a rasic level, it is conversion. At tamasic level, it's simple belief, creed, and nothing else. He also gives one example of, ancient Greece sacred ceremony, which was called orgion, a mystery riot, which Christianity distorted the meaning, and later on it is now remembered in English as an orgy, which is nothing but drunken rivalry. This is something very similar to the word that we have seen in recent time transformed from, Jagannath to Juggernaut. So Juggernaut is something very chaotic thing, and Jagannath we understood as something very sacred. So this happens. This could happen at the individual level also, and this could happen at the collective level also. So he says that meanings of word do not only reflect the structure of mind, but the purity of and levels of purity of mind. So the last two slides I'll share. So how to unlock the higher meanings. Again, the important insight is a word is as high and deep and also as shallow and outward as man's mind. Higher meanings reside in the deeper layers of the mind. Meditation helps in uncovering these deeper layers. So if you are approaching Vedic text, coming from the background where you understand word as label, word as referent, okay, then you can never understand what Vedic teaching is, what this Vedic text is talking about. So it is often blamed because of archaic glossary of Vedic text. Ram Sarupji asks, says, are Vedic teaching secret in nature? So he says that from this beautiful, illustration going through all these chapters, he say yes, but secrecy is unintended. It is in the nature of things, because we have seen that meaning does not reside in object. Meaning resides in spirit. Meaning resides in the different organs of the spirit, manas, buddhi, and prana. It also resides at the various level of purity. So, of course, when you go and try to understand Vedas, until and unless you have, so he writes here that there is no way of revealing them unless one's life is purified and one's consciousness is raised up. So he says that mind is not, the words are not secular and words are not spiritual. It is your mind which is gross, it is your mind which is spiritual, which imparts meaning to the object and to the text. So that's why he says that higher meanings are confused up with lower and outer labels. That's why in Vedic text, when you come across horse, it means only animal to you. But for those who are born and brought up in Vedic culture with proper meditation and yogic practices, horse could mean 10 more things. I cannot go into that. Okay. I think Michel Danino has written wonderful article on this demilitarizing the Rig Veda, where he discussed this elaborately. And fire is viewed only from utilitarian perspective, and Soma became intoxicated her only. It has nothing to do with consciousness. So let me end this chapter with polytheism, because that was the primary purpose for this. And from poly perception, we come to the polytheism, and we look at the multiple names of any simple object, not only of gods. Where does this multiple names of stone come from? Multiple names of fire come from? Multiple names of sun come from? It comes from multiple perception that we have cultivated in our inner being. So let me end this chapter with many names of Krishna, okay, which Ram Sarupji has shared in his book. So that's why we have many names, because we believe in polyperception. And where does this polyperception come from? It comes from cultivation of mind and intellect through yogic and meditative practices. Thank you.
Yes, thanks a lot. Ramaji, people will
You can
not
stop
be
sharing.
surprised to learn that this is some sort of a summary of your PhD thesis. It was quite highbrow, and so a little bit of apologies to the people for whom it was a bit advanced, a bit over their heads. However, I want to tell them that they've just had the privilege of witnessing the reclaiming of linguistics for India or for Hinduism. For the last 200 years, some heady, interesting developments have taken place in linguistics, both in comparative linguistics, where I specialize in, but also in pure linguistics, which was the domain of Indian linguists 3,000 years ago. And so many of the things have happened outside India. India was no part to do it, largely even totally ignorant of it. And now we see that thanks to Ram Sarup, thanks to Anirban, thanks already to Sri Aurobindo, we see India coming back and making its presence felt again in the sphere of linguistics. So is anybody interested in making a remark to this, or disagreeing with this, or simply asking a question?
I'd like to ask a question.
All right.
Yes,
Yeah,
sure.
yeah. Hello, Ram Sharma ji. First of all, congratulations on a fantastic lecture.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I haven't experienced something like this in a long time, so I know obviously it's superb. I have several questions in this. I have. I think we have communicated on this briefly in the past. I'm studying Joanna Jurevich, who's doing a lot of work in interpretation of the
I
Veda
remember.
using conceptual linguistics terminology, and she has developed a lot of blends. I think conceptual metonymies, conceptual metaphors, and conceptual blends. I think that's the terminology that you use in cognitive linguistics.
Right.
Of course, she started publishing only around 1994 or so, so probably Ram Swarup ji may not have actually seen any of her work. But see, what I would like to understand, and of course, I did not realize until you recently mentioned on Facebook that Ram Swarup ji has actually done some work on cognitive linguistics. And then I immediately downloaded the book, The Word as Revelation and the Names of Gods, but I couldn't really finish reading the book before this meeting today. I noticed that in the book, he mostly talks about names of gods, right? And the polysemy that is involved and the polytheism that we talked about. But has he also addressed the subject of hermeneutics, the Vedic hermeneutics, in his book at all? And that's one question, that I would like to ask. Of course, I mean, the last 200 years, we have the giant of Maharshi Dayananda Saraswati, who has actually reopened this whole subject, based on Yaska's Nirukta. And even if you talk about Yaska's Nirukta, there's also concept of Adi Bhautika, Adi Daivika, and so the concept of multi-layered meaning, which is not the same thing as what you talked about in terms of Pashyanti and Paravaikti and all that. But has Ram Swarup ji written anything else other than this book, or did he have any interest in Vedic hermeneutics? And the second question I have is, has Ram Swarup ji read Martin Heidegger, and is there any sort of an influence of Martin Heidegger on Ram Swarup? Yeah.
Okay. So second question, I cannot comment upon it because I don't have sufficient information regarding that. Okay. Yeah. Maybe, someone close to Ram Sarup ji could, reply on that. But on first question, when it's about Vedic hermeneutics, there are several passages in the book where Ram Sarup ji is stating that, Vedic, when we approach Vedic text, the first thing that boggles our mind is archaic glossary, you can say, and then multiple layers of meaning that is involved in, of course it also happens with every spiritual text. So Ram Sarup ji, one of the objective of this book, The Word is Revelation, is about how to decode the meaning of Vedic text. Because until and unless we know about the meaning, higher meaning, lower meaning, so we cannot approach the text. So he laid out hermeneutics in the sense of, when you approach any text, or when you approach sacred text like Vedas, then first you need to understand the connection between language, mind, and reality, and how meaning get decoded in your mind or encoded in your mind. So he has wonderfully explained that how does it happen. And of course, at the second or third last chapter, he writes on Vedic studies and he says that why all these Western Indologists are failing is because they think that word exists only at one level. Word cannot exist at multiple levels. Okay, so this is profound insight, and this he has proved through empirical studies. It is not like by believing that I believe that Adi Bhautik, Adi Devik, and Adhyatmik, there are three layers. And of course, it's very similar to what we have been talking about in this work. So my answer is he has given us a very powerful framework. Now it's up to us to go to Vedic text the way he has shown to us, okay, through linguistic studies and through sadhana also, because he says that meditation will unfold and uncover the higher layers of meaning. So I think he was primarily interested in Vedic hermeneutics, but his approach was something different.
Okay. Has he written any other papers or any other works other than this book?
The companion volume of this, the word is revelation, is meditation. So, of course, it's not about linguistics, but on similar ideas he has explored there also.
There is a question here about the bibliography, essentially, why or where can this listener find any empirical works on precisely the processes of cognition and language formation that are relevant to Ram Swarup's work? I'm just passing the question on.
Now, because in India, for thousands of years, cognition is intertwined with linguistic studies. We have never seen linguistic study from the objective or subjective purpose, as I discussed. So, any text you pick up in linguistic studies, you will find cognition will be there, because we think language as a constructive and cognitive process. Okay, so good example to begin with is Bhartarhari. Okay, so Bhartarhari is the finest example where he discusses and talks about how consciousness, cognition is connected with language. But of course, if you are looking for modern writer, then I will definitely recommend Gaurinath Shastri and R.C. Pandey. They beautifully describe the philosophy of Bhartarhari.
Yes. Okay, another question here. You've heard myself already asking whether Ram Swarup belonged to any specific sampradaya or so. Here is the same question, but specified to his linguistic work, which to the average Hindu will immediately refer to the Mimamsa school.
Right.
What's the relation between traditional Mimamsa? Why did he not continue the state where Mimamsa had left it off, so to speak? Why did he start out on his own?
This is a really fine question, and I'll try to answer this. When Sri Aurobindo wrote The Secret of the Vedas, okay, he mentioned specifically about Mimamsic interpretation of Vedas. He says that it is mostly interpreted from ritualistic point of view. Okay, and Sri Aurobindo tried to explain Vedic verses, Vedic text from symbolical point of view. Okay, the study that was carried forward by Sri Anirvan, extensively in a very scholarly way. Okay, and Sri Anirvan also repeat the same point when he comes to Mimamsic interpretation of Vedas. He also says that Mimamsic interpretation largely relies on ritualistic aspects of Vedas, okay, and not on, let's say, Gyan Marg, on symbolic aspects of Vedic glossary, Vedic terminology. So the similar study is taken up by Ram Swarupji. So Ram Swarupji comes in the lineage of Sri Aurobindo and then Sri Anirvan, and of course. So you find a similar theme there. They are going for the linguistic study from symbolical point of view rather than from ritualistic point of view.
All right. Professor Sharma, I may point you to the question and answer in writing.
Yes.
That's below in your screen.
Yes.
There are some questions for specific bibliographical data. We
Yes.
cannot have a conversation about that. But if you
Yes.
feel like, giving a few suggestions, we can do that over there. Any other questions or remarks? You see, for me, it is 30 years ago that I read that book. And so I only have a vague recollection. But I remember noting that Ram Swarup had written about the intrinsic uh, emotive value of particular sounds.
Yes.
Like, for instance, a hissing sound is in many languages present in the name of the snake.
Yes.
Not in Sanskrit, but by accident, the word naga is actually related to the English word snake. But in India, the extra hissing sound is missing. But anyway, so that seemed to be an idea that has come to many people in many countries in the early days of linguistics. You see, this was a popular, not very sophisticated theory that words are ultimately all onomatopoeias, that is to say,
Yes.
replicators of sounds. So my question here is very unsophisticated, I admit, but from your highbrow perspective, how would you rate the comment that very many Western linguistics will have at that point? Oh, it's only that. It's it's again these piano types with their primitive,
Yes.
unsophisticated
Yes.
ideas
Yes. Yes.
that
Yes.
we have risen far above. But how would you rate that?
So, the first chapter of this book, the word is Revelation. It's on, Socrates' theory of sound. Okay, where he discuss how sound is connected with object. Okay, whether there is any intrinsic relationship between sound and object. Now, Ram Sarupji's insight in this is that at Vakri level, at the gross level, we cannot say and we cannot empirically prove that gross sound correspond to the gross object. Okay, first is this. He says that even if the sound and object correspond, okay, they correspond at the subtle level. Okay, because if you go by the gross object and gross sound, how will you prove it? Because let's say he gives one interesting example of phoneme R, R, Ram, R, run, R, rest. So he says that from one phoneme you have rest and one phoneme you have run also. So one is about motion and one is about stability. So you cannot say that this one phoneme can really capture the motion or can really capture the stability. So there he discussed it from Socrates' point of view. And interestingly, Socrates also in Plato's Cratylus also come to the same conclusion after giving so many examples of sound and object. And he says that of course sound corresponds to object, but not at the ordinary perception level. It corresponds to the subtle level. So this is the same insight which Socrates gave in Cratylus. The same insight is given by Ram Sarupji. So of course, what you are saying is, of course, cannot be empirically proven at the gross level. At the subtle level, you need inner science. And only through inner science, you can understand how does it correlate.
Right. Okay, if there's any last question or remark. In that case, yes, I didn't mention that you teach at the Indus University in Ahmedabad, in the Institute for Indic
Center,
Studies,
yes, Center for Indic Studies.
Center for Indic Studies. So similar story for Pankaj Jain, whom I invite to the floor now.
Pankaj Saxena.
Pankaj Saxena, sorry. uh, okay. Jain was the other fellow, Harshit Jain, right?
Yes, 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 yes.
Yes, okay. Your other colleague. Anyway, so Pankaj, please entertain us about Ram Swarup and the struggle against communism.
Thank you, sir. Am I audible?
Yes.
If I am not audible, if the connection breaks, please tell me so I'll switch off the video and let the audio continue. If this happens in between. So, first of all, thank you, sir, Conrad LG, for inviting me in this for this lecture. I thank India Facts for this very important series. To write or speak about Sri Ram Sarup Ji is actually an audacity, particularly for someone like me. I became aware of Sri Ram Sarup Ji and his writing in 2001 when my guru introduced me to him. Sri Ram Sarup Ji had already passed away then. The first book of his which I ever got to read, and which people generally get to read, the first book which introduces Ram Sarup Ji to people, was The Hindu View of Christianity in Islam. Arguably his most popular work besides Understanding Islam Through Hadith. Back then, and I still have, I had a habit of highlighting the most important or unforgettable lines in any book that I read. I started this book and midway I realized that I was actually painting the whole book. There was not a word which was misplaced, not a single line which could be edited out of the text. Not only the text was crisp, it was also literary, even about a subject so academic and so technical. The bar was set high, and reading his first book, I thought that it must be his best. But as I discovered other works of his, like Meditations, Yoga, God, and Religion, I realized he is one of the very best. His writing is like Updesh, delivered in a gentle tone and in the softest of words. It cleanses you, it heals you. He had the knack of talking about the harshest of topics in the calmest of tones. He never evaded even the most burning issues of his time. And yet there was never even a hint of anger in his writing. This is something very hard to achieve. And I have seen very few authors actually pulling it off, but Ram Sarup Ji was like that. This feature of his writing did not evolve over time, but was present from the very beginning. It is not known widely today that he also wrote extensively on communism and the red menace to India and the world. Actually, people know Sitaramji more for writing on communism and the threat that communism poses to India and the world. But some of the first writings of Sri Ram Sarup Ji can be found under the publication house and society called the Society for the Defense of Freedom in Asia. These works show Sri Ram Sarup Ji to be quite prescient in his perception of communism, its methodology, its mechanisms, and its future in India and the world. Ram Sarup Ji was writing at a great disadvantage at that time. At that time, India was head over heels in love with communism under the drunken leadership of Nehru, who was ready to disbelieve his own eyes for the sake of his belief in communism. The World War II had just ended and the world had lost all desire to fight communism, except in a few circles in the US. It looked as if communism would become unstoppable and would soon take over India, for India was the last great third world country not taken over by the by the communist bloc. The fall of China in 1950 was also very threatening. A few lone writers were writing against communism in the West. Robert Conquest was a prominent name. The great age of Soviet dissidents like Shalamov, Solzhenitsyn, and Kravchenko hadn't yet come. Some of them had just started writing, some of them had just defected to the West, and some of them hadn't even started. Even those who did write the reality about Soviet Union were hounded out of academia and discussion forums. Their voices at best were drowned in the communist propaganda. In this light, the condition of India was even worse, and the canards spread by Nehru and his psycho friends painted a picture of heaven on earth about Soviet Union. It is in these adverse circumstances that Sri Ram Sarup Ji wrote these penetrating books about communism. He started writing about the Red Menace as early as 1955. It is, when you consider the date, it is almost unthinkable. In a tract titled Where Are They? Communists Under Communism, he talks about the Great Purge of 1937-38 in Soviet Union and other communist countries, in which Stalin managed to kill most of the old guard of the Bolshevik Communist Party on trumped up charges and mock trials. These trials were reported in the West faithfully by the communist press, though not many believed in this propaganda as the charade was too much. But there were hardly any first-hand witnesses who could tell the tale of exactly what had happened. The dominant sense about the whole macabre thing was a sense of bewilderment at best. In In that era, Sri Ram Sarup Ji, writing as early as 1955, was very clear about the agenda, the methodology, the strategy of communism. And this is how he describes the communists. I'll quote: the communist strategy is simple. It consists in serial liquidation of enemies, constituted of all the non-communist opposition and the non-proletarian sector of population. Blackmail, vilification, character assassination is the characteristic methods used to achieve this end. Opponents are labeled, split off, and played against one another. Communists fight the conservatives to the last socialists. Then the socialists themselves are divided and different splinters are picked off one by one. At the end, communists clamp down and put the lid on them all. Thus, after the victims have sufficiently weakened themselves in a struggle which is beyond their strength, to use Lenin's phrase, communists come at the top. Once the party is in power, the intra-party struggle becomes more acute at any rate. It becomes more visible and open because it takes on a physical form. Physical liquidation takes the place of the older methods of elimination when democracy prevailed. This is from Where Are They? In this tract, he explains how communism is an ideology so ruthless that except the supreme leader, no one is safe. It is not only the anti-communists who are killed, it is not only the other types of socialists who are killed, but members of the ruling party, members of the Bolshevik party itself were not safe from the totalitarian terror of Comrade Stalin. This was the norm, far from being an exception. And Sri Ram Sarupji shows that this in the tract by giving a long list of various prominent communists killed by communists themselves in not just Soviet Union, but most other communist countries of Europe. From the very beginning, Sri Ram Sarupji was very clear that the only weapon against communism is truth. He talks of creating a truth fund and exposing the methods and propaganda of communism to general public. Stressing on spreading truth does not mean that Sri Ram Sarupji was impractical about means of fighting powerful enemies. In a very surprising but refreshing tract written in 1955, Gandhism and Communism, Principles and Techniques, Sri Ram Sarup talks about the definitions, theories, and practices of the two isms most fashionable in the India of 1950s. Sri Ram Sarupji shows great respect to Gandhi in general in this tract, but he is acutely aware of how Nehruvians and many communists were using to exploit the public sentiment that the word Gandhism could generate and use it in the service of communism. Sri Ram Sarupji sets about dispelling the notions about what Gandhism is and what it is not. Most prominently, he tells us that Gandhism cannot be equated to any form of Marxism or Stalinism, something which the socialists of those days were very fond of claiming. He tells us that divinity, religiosity, and God is at the very center of any Gandhian thought, and this is pure anathema to communism or socialism. He also tells us not to get bogged in the fine distinctions between the words like socialist, communist, leftist, Leninist, Marxist, and gives us the practical advice that the umbrella they use is one, and to any proponent of Hindu Dharma, any follower of Hindu Dharma, all of these systems, if they are different, to them, to us, they actually mean the same. He exposes the hypocrisy of those intellectuals who appealed in the name of Gandhism while opposing capitalism and blind industrialization, but ignored him completely while praising Soviet Union or other communist countries. In this tract, he debunks the hypocrisy of those closet socialists who go by the name of Gandhians. But a very important point which one realizes upon reading this tract is that instead of discarding Gandhism in total, Sri Ram Sarupji uses it as a dike for criticizing the great evils of his time. And he considered communism to be the greatest evil of his time. So Gandhism was something that he could use against the greatest evil of his time, and he did. So it also shows us his pragmatic mind. He starts another such tract written in 1954 with these words. Today we face a grave problem. Look at the precise words of Sri Ram Sarupji. I quote, "Today we face a grave problem, the problem of a communist threat to our national freedom and cultural heritage, to the human spirit and mind themselves. The threat is not local, but universal, not to India alone, but to humanity and the world over, not only to the institutions of private property and individual initiative, but to the democratic values of liberty and civil rights, but to the deeper values and urges of mankind." I think I have not read any other tract which sums up this thread so beautifully in so few words, which was actually characteristic of Sri Ram Sarupji. In this tract too, he discusses how Gandhism is being distorted and misappropriated by socialists of all hue but he also takes care to expose the untenable propositions in Gandhism. In very soft words, which was again customary, he says that Gandhism is not a system, but a personality cult. And without the personality, it will not work. He also warns against being neutral in the war between capitalism and communism. Fully knowing the limitations of the former, Sri Ram Sarupji nevertheless saw communism as pure evil and said that being neutral in such an important fight is nothing short of supporting evil. And every Hindu should oppose communism with all the might he can. He believed that India had a great role to play in world affairs and it should present its spiritual point of view in this war of worldviews and ideologies. But Sri Ram Sarup never fails from informing us more and more about the true nature of communism. He tells us that the evidence, the violence in communism is not incidental but institutional, employed for a very specific goal. Because we often make this mistake that a certain system, we often claim that this may be just an exaggeration of the principle, but he negates it here. He says that it was not some practice of communism that went out of hand and became violent. The very principle, the very ideology is wrong, evil, or violent at the first place. I quote once again, communist violence is not impulsive, it is organic, inherent, cultivated, calculated, and planned. After it has captured power, it is sustained and institutionalized. Throughout its history, it is not only externally directed, but also internally perfected. It operates not only through the world's most massive armed strength, it also maintains a powerful fifth column throughout the world. It utilizes ideology, exploits and sharpens conflicts among its victims, sells confusion and distrust, and morally blackens its opponents. Communist violence is gross as well as subtle, open as well as hidden. It is a total whole time thing. He says this in Gandhism and communism once again. So once again, a very, very good summary of the tactics of the communists. And if we see the contemporary condition of India today, the same conditions prevail, the same enemies, they use the same tricks. Of course, communism, the communist states, most of them are gone, but the machinery is in place. And in order to break Hinduism, they are still employing the same methods, which can very well be seen in this paragraph that I just quoted. Another confusion prevailing among those times in India was that as communism espoused atheism, and Indian Darshan also supported some systems which were called by some as atheists in modern times. So communism should actually be acceptable to Indian society. This was actually something that the socialists of those times claimed sometimes. Ram Sarup squarely dismisses these notions and tells us that atheism of communism is of an entirely different kind. Once again, I quote, but the new communist atheism is different. It is a state creed, politically organized, psychologically manipulated, and enforced with the help of the police. It involves roaring publishing business, millions of trained agitators, organization of social censor and praise, reward and punishment, large scale indoctrination, complete suppression of any rival point of view. The high pressured publicity of which the present technical civilization is capable is pushed in the service of inculcating atheism. Education, press, radio, film all serve the same purpose. In the present day Russia, a certain amount of piety and ritualism is allowed as a concession to world opinion among persons and groups who may choose to remain in the backwaters of life. But any living manifestation of divine life is at once reported to the police and destroyed physically. So this is a very important strain that we see. We still see that a very violent sort of atheism is pushed on Hindus still in 21st century. And we can see actually Ram Sarup as someone as prescient to be dictating what would happen when these all of this rights activism and all of these different hues of liberalism are working against Hindu society or Sanatan Dharma today. Once again, drawing attention to his pragmatism, taking help of the dominant thought of his times, he tries to fight communism, the greatest menace of his time. In Foundations of Maoism, a longer work published in 1966, Sri Ram Sarup discusses the Chinese threat to India under the deadly ideology of communism. At that early stage, Sri Ram Sarup advocated creating a zone of buffer states all around India to save it from Chinese advances. That we fail to listen to his advice is evident today when China is at all of our gates on all sides. In this tract, he analyzes the delusions of Indian Maoists and Marxists who supported everything that their comrades did in China. This was a phrase, new democracy. Ram Sarup this new democracy is democracy only in the name. It is actually a tool of communism, and there is nothing go into detail. But in this track, he analyzes the character of Maoism, Chinese Communist Party, and communism in general, that it is worthy of reading even now in 2020. When the archives have opened in Moscow, and a lot of communist methodology in hindsight now seems very clear to the scholars working now. But to someone writing in 1966 in India, with all the disadvantage of very working Soviet Union communist international machinery, this seems very, very surprising. Indian Maoists and Marxists were also in raptures over the new economy of China. The new economy was nothing confiscation of private property by the ruling Communist Party of China. Sri Ram Sarupji analyzes it and makes it very clear. Also busts the myth that China under Maoism had created food surplus. Needless to say, all of these are the fodder of Indian Maoists and communists. He once again exposes the new culture of Maoist China, where individuals are forced to confess to their anti-communist thought crimes and wrong ways of thinking in front of people. It was a common strategy of communists in Soviet Union as well as China to make individuals confess for ideological crimes like thinking in a capitalist way. The drive was in China as change brain campaign. It was a psychological and sociological tool that Maoists deployed with ferocity. Another important point that Sri Ramsarupji does not miss is the inveterate hostility of Maoists against the Confucian ethics. This is a very important point. It was the Confucian ethics which is the daily life of the Chinese. It governed their rituals, customs, and ways of thinking and looking at the world. Sharp enough to realize that if communism had to take root in China, in a traditional culture civilization like China, Confucian ethics had to be rooted out. Sri Ram Sarupji points this out very prominently. He tells us how communism is inherently and ideologically at odds with any indigenous and custom of ethics and morality. Maoism was not at good terms with spirituals like Taoism either. Sri Ram Sarupji quips in a very short sentence, Maoism is fast replaceable. So in India too, we see this reflected. This is the reason that communism is against the Dharma Shastras of Hindus. The same reason that they oppose Confucian, because they know that this is what governs the daily life of a Hindu. And if that is destroyed, he will be ready for harvest by any predatory ideology like Christianity. Not neglecting the menace that Maoist China posed to India's sovereignty and national integrity, Sri Ram Sarupji also exposes Nehruvian policy in India of serving Chinese needs first, ignoring even India's interest. He says how when Tibet was invaded, Nehru and his cabal silenced the sane voices of Sri S.P. Mukherjee, Sri M.R. Masani, and various others. He of China by indicating what it did to the native culture and people of not only Tibet, but also Xinjiang. It is an evil force bent at human servitude. He does not shy away from saying that in the language of the Gita, Maoism is an Asuric force. He warns us that China is pumping money in India for funding media persons and academicians to lobby for China in Indian political, academic, and media space. Facing such a concerted attack against India's society, polity, and culture, we need to put up the best defense that we can. But finally, he said that fighting the Chinese menace militarily won't be enough. Like he has always been saying, until the very ideology of communism is defeated, it can't really be defeated. He made it clear that Maoism, like Leninism or Stalinism, was a two-pronged attack. While they attack you militarily from outside, while trying to erode the indigenous institutions from the inside by sponsoring spies and propagandists. Expanding on Leninism and Stalinism, he tells us that they need professional revolutionaries because it is an artificial system which no public would ever support on its own. He says that political and economic ways are not sufficient ways to fight Maoism and Leninism. One needs to fight the communist menace at the level of ideology. It has to be fought ideologically, doctrinally, and organizationally. Decades after his advice, we still fail to listen to him very properly, and we see the result. He did not miss the Maoist stirrings that were happening in West Bengal. Explaining the strategies and actions of the Communist Party in Bengal, he described the situation of riots there and how the police was helpless fodder against the miscreants. His descriptions have an have a very uncanny similarity to the CAA riots that took place recently in Delhi in India and all over India. Uh, we seem to be repeating the same mistakes again and again, and it is painful. It makes me glad and also painful to see that Sri Ram Sarupji, saints like Sri Ram Sarupji and Sitaramji have been warning us about these things. This was written in 1966 and other tracks were written in 1955. They have been warning us for the last 65 years and continuously and menace ideologically, not just militarily. Star over West Bengal. He warns of the intimidating tactics of communists and how they gradually force individuals into ideological submission. At last, I would like to quote a few lines by him, warning us about communism in once again very, very crisp words. Communism of monogamy. The whole spiritual evolution of man is at stake. Fashionable pacifism, which is blind to this fact, must be rejected. And with this, he warns us that this menace has to be fought at a much, much deeper level. Institutionally, but also spiritually. So, communism is dead in Soviet Union. It is still alive as a mercenary network of institutions, selling their services to any bidder who is invested in anti-Hinduism and the destruction of Hindu culture and civilization. There is still time to heed his advice and fight the civilization enemies of India and Sanatan Dharma, like Islam and Christianity, ideologically and institutionally. But only if we pay enough heed to his words. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Sir Els, for giving me this opportunity to speak in this event. When I started reading Ram Sarup ji, I'd never thought I would be fortunate enough to speak at an event like this. The only emotion that I have now is that of gratitude for the understanding that Sri Ram Sarup.
Hello?
Hello.
Do you hear me?
Yeah.
Right. Thank you, Pankaj-ji. This is a very important topic, so I suppose there will be objections or disagreements or simply questions. Anyone? In that case, I have a few questions.
Yes, please.
Were there any disagreements between Ram Swarup and other anti-communists in India? And in fact, this preceding question is, what anti-communist activity was there in India?
As far as I am aware, sir, there was not much activity until Voice of India came around. There was some political activity, yes, but some political opposition to communism, but not just like Ram Sarupji. That's why you see when you feel his books on communism, when you read his tracts on communism, you feel that he's repeating again and again that you have to fight this ideologically, that not just politically at the level of politics. But there were very few before Voice of India came, before people like you, Arun Shourie, and Ram Sarupji himself and Sita Ramji came. There were very few. Shankar. Still, there are very few people who they fail to see the Soviet Union fell. And so we don't need to worry about that. But they fail to see that the current rights activism, various hues, they ride on some of the same concepts, some of the same principles. And so there are still very few people who are willing to fight ideologically this menace. And that's why that see that Hindu individuals and parties try to win elections. And that is necessary. Yes, I recognize that is very, very important. But after winning elections, they think their job is done and the communist menace is gone. But Ram Sarupji, even while there was absolutely no hope of any Hindu party at the center, seemingly Hindu party at the center, even then he was again and again calling us to fight it ideologically and organizationally and spiritually. I think very few people who have done that, but he.
Right. Just a matter of facts.
Hello.
Ram Sarup was very active against communism in the years 1948,
Shall I switch off?
1956. Hmm?
Yes, yes, because I think the connection is patchy, so I switched off my video. You can please go on.
Okay. Well, as far as I can see from his book titles, he was very active until the end of the 50s. What happened after that, do you know? I mean, this is just a factual question, but you know, when going through his life's work, you see, I find a certain vacuum in the 10 years before 1968.
To supplement this question, I just want to know if there was anything post perestroika, glasnost, and collapse of the Soviet Union in the 90s. Did there was
Down
any
a few words, I'll try to answer.
so kind of a writing or?
Hello.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, Hari.
We can hear you.
I'm saying when there was a collapse, he passed away in 98. So there was a collapse of the Soviet Union in the 90s itself, and before that we had the perestroika and glasnost and all that. So were there any writings after observing how Soviet Union collapsed?
Writings of Ram Sarup ji, are you specifically asking?
Yes, on communism.
No, after actually he focused on communism in the earliest phases of his writing. Later on, I guess he passed on the baton to Sitaramji, because Sitaramji was continuously writing on communism. Other authors were also remarking on that. But all of his writings on communism are some of his earliest, but not in his later phase, when he focused very more on Islam, Christianity, and also the spiritual aspects, the spiritual way we could put an opposition to or purpose to Islam and Christianity. So no later writings on communism, not that I'm aware of.
All right.
Hello.
Okay.
Hello.
Yeah, this is Jagannathan. May I ask a question?
Yes, please.
Basically, did Ram Sarup ji draw any kind of ideological linkages from the Abrahamic monotheisms, Nazism, Stalinism, communism, and that there is some kind of a straight line that connects these absolutisms, which tend to draw on the same basic idea?
Yeah, he does actually, except Nazism, which I guess he mentions at a few places, but he doesn't focus much on that. But he has mentioned all of these other ideologies, and in his later works, he was more focused on drawing comparisons, like you say, on all of these absolutist ideologies and commenting on them totally, instead of focusing on one subject. That's why when I first came about his tracks on communism, I was actually very surprised that he had focused very specifically on communism, and his writing is as refined, as pleasurable to read, even in those early years. So that's why I have the sense that I get from those early tracks, which I have also written in this paper, is that he was very practical, in the sense that he always identified what was the biggest menace to Hindu society at that time, and he also did not shy away from using any methodology in order to counter that, in order to counter the threat to Hindu society. So the basic thought which comes in his writing is that we have to put up a very constant vigilance and fight to whatever threat that Hindu society faces, Hindu Sanatan culture and society faces.
Yeah, one more thing, that all these ideologies have a millenarian kind of concept, where there is some kind of defined end to the world and judgment day and other things, and a certain kind of things. But like, did he prescribe how exactly? See, in a sense, Hinduism is a bit of an outlier, in the sense that all the great universalisms that came from the desert cults, and of course the Marxist ones that followed, actually have spread all over the world. They have turned out to be power cults, and because once you have the power, you can do anything. But how does one single counter ideology like Hinduism really counter so many collective universalism, which basically share the same idea of how to aggregate power and decimate your enemies?
Actually, he mentions this at various places, that all of these absolutist ideologies that you mentioned, they are in nature just like you say, they are in nature same. They are all just apart from a few differences through peripheral differences. They are all exact at many places that Sanatan Dharma is for a reason called inherent, and he very much believed that it will be from India that a very good opposition to all of these absolutist cults and millennial and totalitarian cults will arise because of our spiritual bhumi, because of our spiritual foundation. And got the vantage point of
right.
Them. And he believed actually maybe you have asked very good questions. Maybe I'll try to identify where he has said that in all of his works exactly. But I remember reading him that if you manage to come up with a good response against one of are just same ideologies under different names.
Right.
Right.
Another question.
Yes, sir. Please.
Also about facts. What institutional framework against communism did Ram Swarup help create? I'm conveying the question. In fact, I know the answer, namely the Democratic Research Service had been set up by Sardar Patel in 1948, and that was specifically to study the threat of communism. And so it was led by Minu Masani, a Parsi businessman who had been one of the founders of the Congress Socialist Party, along with Subhash Bose and others, in 1934. But he too, like Ram Swarup, had turned away from the left. And then Ram Swarup was his secretary, and he wrote a history of the Communist Party of India. And that text was then taken by Masani and published in his own name, not mentioning Ram Swarup. So there was a lot of bad blood between them. And Ram Swarup then left the Democratic Research Service and joined Sitaram Goel in Calcutta, who had started the Society for the Defense of Freedom in Asia. Then it seems there was a third anti-communist think tank. One of the people who worked there was Girilal Jain, the later editor of the Times of India. But that fell out of favor because it turned out that it was in fact an outfit operated by the CIA. And that's all that I know of anti-communist institutions in India. I don't think there were any more. Oh yeah, and there was of course the Swatantra Party, which was also led by this Minu Masani. It was started by Raja Gopalachari, the freedom struggle leader. But and so it was pro-Western, unlike the Jansang. The Jansang was nationalistic, and so they had a bit of an attitude of, you know, a plague on both your houses. Both Russia and America are threats to India. It is against that position that Ram Swarup reacted when he said, we cannot be neutral in this. You see, there is a difference in quality between the West and the Soviet Union.
Yes.
So that party became, in fact, it's that party for which Sitaram Goel stood as a candidate from Khajuraho in the Lok Sabha elections of 1957. But the party became big in the 1960s in an alliance with the Jansang. But then when under the emergency, it merged into the new Janata Party, and then it disappeared and never came back.
Yes. So if I get your question correctly, sir, I don't think, in my opinion, I don't think we still have a good organizational opposition to communism. And the worst part is that after the fall of Soviet Union, we think we have become complacent. We have started thinking that it is no longer a menace. I've actually heard very important leaders saying that what about communism? It fell in 1989 and 1990. It has disappeared. And look at us, we are everywhere. We are ruling all over India. So I guess it is more disturbing because the rights activism that is now plaguing us, and that will become very, very huge in the coming years and decades, because they are throwing one after other these ideas about which Hindus are just groping for any response. We do not have any active we do not have any active response according to which we are actually trying to put up a Hindu paksh of what we think on democracy, what we think on freedom of absolute freedom of expression, or freedom of speech, or universal equality. We haven't tried to develop any critic of that, and that's why I guess despite all of the political advances, uh, there are a lot of good signs too, yes, but I don't think they are enough. So I think that's why the writings of Ram Sarup ji, these early writings of Ram Sarup ji, are even more important. When I started reading his tracts on West Bengal, it actually it has a very uncanny resemblance to what is happening today in India, in Delhi, when CA was passed, when Shaheen Bagh was happening. It has a very, very uncanny resemblance. So we would do well if we pay heed to his words. Yes, thank you, sir.
Right, thank you.
Madhuji, you are trying to say something. Yes.
Yeah, thank you
Namaste.
very much, Pankaj, for a very terse and very well-structured presentation on Ram Sarup's views. I really enjoyed it. Now, what I would like to, in response to your comment about how in India, on the one hand, we don't have any organized platform for combating communist ideology. If anything, it has gotten strengthened. It's become part of mainstream Sarkari thinking. But it's also, and India is one of the few places where the left still carries disproportionate influence in public domain. But you see, the irony of it all is this, that this influence is coming thanks to patronage from Western funding agencies. The Ford Foundations and the Rockefellers, and now I'm sure even the Open Society of George Soros, each one of them will do anything to promote communists, Maoists, the kind of people that they don't want to see in their own country are the ones that they promote here. And Western universities, you can't get a job if you don't have recommendation, good character certificates from your commie professors. So until very recently, if you remember, on television, till very recently, I had to say it again and again, that all the human rights discourse was dominated by Maoists. And I would tell the anchors, including Arnab Goswami, do you realize that Maoists are lecturing us on human rights? That people who claim to be commies are lectured, and then they're foreign funded. They get crores of rupees from the West, but they want closed door economy in India. So foreign money is good if it comes into their begging bowls, but foreign money as investment is anathema. So they've actually distorted Indian politics, and the disproportionate influence that they have, I think, is mainly because of the patronage of Western universities,
Yes.
Also, church-funded organizations.
Yes.
Almost all of the church-funded NGOs are almost all commies. And we know wherever the church is strong, that is where Maoists are strong. So it's a curious coming together of disruptive forces. They may be ideologically at war with each other elsewhere, but in India, they're all together, including Islamists. And we know very well that the Communist Party of India has always thrived on the strength of Muslim intellectuals.
Yes.
Through IPTA, for example, the Indian People's Theatre Association, which came then later to dominate Bollywood. All their bigwigs, the big poets, went from IPTA to Bollywood and became not just songwriters, script writers, film directors. So Islamists, Christian missionaries, Maoists, all funded by Western universities and Western donor agencies, all in the name of liberalism. Thank you very much.
Yes, Madhuji, actually our enemies are very clever. They know that they are fighting a geopolitical war. They know that they are fighting a religious war. And individuals have been stupid in history again and again. But I think India is the only country in modern times, modern Indian Republic, which has institutionalized idiocy and made it its official foreign policy. So only we believe in platitudes, which our enemies throw at us. They know how to organize it. They know that now communism is.
Right. Okay.
We lost you.
Masters. Now all of these people are paying them, and that's what we are doing. So only we.
Lost you.
Are you there, Pankaj?
Yes, I am, sir.
Okay. Okay, if we are done with this subject, then, well, normally it's me speaking now. I noticed that Vishal Agarwal has appeared. Right? So please listen to me for the next hour and then you go, okay? Right, because I mean, we had planned you at the last just not to force you to get up too early back in Minnesota. All right, so we're going to talk about Ram Swarup's importance for Hindu society today. So Ram Swarup was born in Sonipat in a business family, Agarwals also. And his father was a village banker. Moreover, he went to study in Delhi University economics. So that would really, both by nature and by nurture, make for a money maker. But most of his life he was poor. Okay, I mean, that's for his practical circumstances. He never went into business. He never married, never had children. He was only active in the intellectual and spiritual sphere. He started out as a freedom fighter and not book-wise a freedom fighter, but down in the trenches. He spent some time in prison during the Quit India movement, which was a Gandhian movement to force the British to quit India in summer of 1942, which was actually predicated on the expectation that the Japanese would soon conquer India and that India was better equipped to face the Japanese when they were independent and when they, strictly speaking, satisfied the Japanese criterion of being Asian. They pretended to start the Asian co-prosperity sphere by massacring the Chinese and so on, but their propaganda was Asian co-prosperity sphere. So Indians expected that if they were independent, if they were not a dependency of Europe anymore, then they would be in a good negotiating position with the Japanese. So later on, he wrote a critique of this. Indictment, that is his very first published paper. Indictment is a very critical analysis of the Quit India movement, largely condemning it. I mean, showing how it was foolish, how it was badly organized, but especially badly conceived. It's the type of critique that once in a while is needed. And it's not just in India, this is everywhere. But, you know, in India, you see it regularly that Hindu activists do things that they're proud of, that they beat their chest over, but that in fact are counterproductive, like the Quit India movement, by neutralizing the Congress leadership, left the field free for the Muslim League, which was then better capable of preparing for the partition. Okay, so he was a Gandhian activist, as was Sitaram Goel also. During the war, he worked for an American organization that had set up an office in Delhi in the context of the Second World War. Then after that, he remained in the Gandhian movement. When Gandhi was killed, he was a secretary of Madeline Slade, better known as Meera Behen, who was a close confidant of Gandhi in his last years. She wanted to order and edit her correspondence with him, but this was never finished. Then in a few years' time, the public opinion in India had sharply drifted to the left. In fact, it is at that time that he founded a little debating society, the Changers Club. The Changers Club was predicated on the Marxist notion that the philosophers have always interpreted the world but never changed it. So here it was a club promising to change the world. What they did, of course, was only interpret the world. It was a talking shop, but nevertheless it was interesting. And so it comprehended, it contained a number of people that would become important later on in their own right, like L.C. Jain, like Girilal Jain, and then Sitaram Goel, of course. In wider circles, he also was familiar with the recently deceased Kapila Vatsyayana. I mention it because I had asked her if I could interview her precisely for this. I understood she was too ill already to actually present anything here. But even for that, she felt too ill, but she promised to contact me again when she would be better, but unfortunately, that never happened. Anyway, so all these old witnesses have died in the meantime. But the Changers Club, when it existed, was interesting. And so the first publication of the Changers Club was this indictment about the Quit India movement. The second one was about Mahatma Gandhi's murder. And there he took a rather original and rather unique position. His position was that, of course, not to justify the murder, not to overly seriously condemn it, You know, he took an understanding position, namely that on the one hand, it was a sign of life for Hindu society that it had reacted in some way. Now, this was not the best way, but at least if Hindu society had completely taken it lying down, that their great leader had collaborated a bit with the partition, had given into it, had not fought against it. He had promised the common Hindu that he would prevent partition, that he would stake his life for it, and he had staked his life 16, 17 times, fasting unto death. On this occasion, he refused to do that. So it's understandable that there was an anger against him in Hindu society. And yes, at some point, it had found utterance through the gun of Nathuram Godse. On the other hand, he also found it a sign of greatness of Mahatma Gandhi, because whatever you think about his politics, he was an important person. He was a great man, even in strictly Hindu terms. You see, his appeal to tyaj, to renunciation, to asceticism, resonated very much with the Hindu people. And so it is commensurate with his greatness that he didn't die in his bed. At least that was Ram Swarup's observation at that time. Then he was moving to the left along with all the intellectuals at that time. What made him think again was the pro-partition stand of the Communist Party of India, where they were very unprincipled and where they thought purely in terms of power, not even of their own goals of the new communist man or something like that. No, they were making common cause with the most obscurantist forces. And what they were doing was obviously not in the communist line of thinking, because the partition was a good thing, a boon for the rich Muslims, but not for the poor Muslims, many of whom were left behind in India in places where they were no longer at home, or went to Pakistan but without anything to start a new life. So it was strange that the CPI was in favor of this partition. And in fact, their favoring partition was part of a larger plan of fragmenting India, of balkanizing India. So this was, to a normal Indian citizen, you don't have to be particularly nationalist or Hindutva or anything. For any normal India, this was repulsive. And so he became a very committed anti-communist. Then just at that time, and for the same reasons of concern. The other one, of course, was what was happening in China at the time, where China was being overrun by the Chinese Communist Party. So for that reason, Sardar Patel, the Home Minister, set up a think tank for studying communism. That was the Democratic Research Service. And meanwhile, his friend Sitaram Goel had still a certain belief in communism. He wanted to join the Communist Party. That failed at the last moment, precisely because just then the Sardar Patel, the Home Ministry, was cracking down on the Communist Party. So they told Goel, wait a few days, until this has settled down. But that never came. Instead, Ram Swarup convinced Sitaram Goel about the evil of communism. And so it is in Calcutta that then Sitaram Goel set up his own think tank, the Society for the Defense of Freedom in Asia. Then certain human things happened. Namely, there was this conflict with Minu Masani, who was the effective leader of the anti-communist activities in India. Minu Masani also came to lead the Swatantra Party, which was a pro-Western, anti-communist party. Um, with that, later on, Sitaram Goel built bridges and ultimately became a candidate. But Ram Sarup stayed away from Minu Masani. Then in 1956, the mass conversion of the Mahar caste to Buddhism happened. So this was a new phenomenon. People stepping out from Hinduism, but not to join Islam or Christianity, but to re-embrace a very Indian tradition, namely Buddhism, thinking that somehow this way they were making a fist against Hinduism, against Brahminism. So about that, Ram Sarup started writing a totally different work, namely Hinduism and Buddhism, where he showed that precisely going over to Buddhism was not at all an apostasy from Hinduism, if that concept makes sense, that it was simply the embracing of one of the many sampradayas within Hinduism. He will do similar work regarding the separatism within Sikhism and within the Ramakrishna mission later on. When the worst of the Cold War was over, the anti-communist struggle lost steam. He started taking an interest in sadhana ever more seriously, practicing meditation and living on his own. And gradually he started writing articles on religious topics for different newspapers, including the Observer of Business and Politics, the Hindustan Times, and also the Organizer. Now this I want to emphasize because an important topic here for India watchers and Indologists and so on would be in this case, and maybe some of them are present listening in. Well, for them, I have to explain the particular relation between Ram Swarup and Sitaram Goel on the one hand, and the RSS, of which the organizer is the paper. So the organizer followed the line laid down by the RSS. So if you publish in the organizer, it might mean you are in with them. Now, as Harishchandra said earlier, this is a point on which Ram Swarup and Sitaram Goel didn't see eye to eye. Sitaram Goel was quite blunt in his criticism of the RSS, though mostly only privately. There's not much of it in writing. There's one place where he writes that most organizations come at a point somewhere in their history when they do not serve their original purpose anymore, where they are only subsisting because they happen to exist, where they are only serving themselves. So he said that this is what has happened to the RSS. Now, I can't even say whether Ram Sarup shared any of it because he absolutely avoided the subject. He would implicitly admit that there was something wrong with the RSS sometimes, but then he would say, well, yeah, but still they're the best we have. Like he made a comparison to the Bangladesh war, when Hindus didn't have any pro-Hindu party at their disposal. There was only Congress in power. There was Indira. But okay, you see, Indira did the job. She was not a great Hindu, but she did the job. She split Pakistan. She liberated Bangladesh. And she allowed the Bangladeshi Hindus to survive. They had come as refugees to India. Now they could go back, thinking that henceforth Bangladesh would be a secular state, which it was for the first 3 years, but then it reverted to being an Islamic state, as you know. But anyway, um, this shows the principle that, okay, you can't always have the best material, but if it does the job, that is most important. So the RSS at the time was what Hindus had, and they achieved certain things. Like, for example, they led the Ayodhya movement, though there you can discuss whether the RSS was necessary at all, who knows. There was a certain pressure necessary, but then probably Rajiv Gandhi in the Congress party, as it was at that time, still largely a Hindu party, would have taken it up, and the temple would have been built just as well. But other things are really, we really have to thank the RSS and its political party for that, such as the normalization of the situation in Kashmir. That was something that surprised us all. It would have surprised Ram Sarup too. And so that is one of the things that the RSS is to be thanked for. So they are valid. Nevertheless, Ram Sarup also differed from them in opinion. He didn't quarrel with them about this difference, but nevertheless, silently, he did see things differently. Like, um, for instance, the question of communism. Already in the 50s, the Sangh was somewhat anti-communist, but not seriously so, in the sense that they were against both America and the Soviet Union, and they saw communism as a threat in national terms. They said communism is against the Indian ethos, whatever that may be. I mean, Indian ethos, in my opinion, is a weasel word for Hinduism. But then that's not really the reason, because communism is not in line with the Russian ethos either, or the Chinese ethos. So the critique of communism is of a universal nature. It's against humanity. It's against who people are, what they want to do, what they aspire to in life. Communism is in many respects stifling at best. So there already Ram Sarup differed seriously with the nationalist outlook of the RSS, which has only increased since then. At that time, they called themselves Hindu nationalists. Today, this word Hindu is kept in the background. They emphasize nationalism, and they sometimes also boast how secular they are, how they do more appeasement to Muslims than even Congress can do, and so on. So there, the national outlook is very strong, which Ram Sarup never went with. But he also didn't bother criticizing it. That's a job for people like me. But so Ram Sarup was always quiet, diplomatic, and so sometimes he said things very sharply, but never hurting, never seeking conflict. But so, for the benefit of the India watchers over here, the Wikipedia writers and so on, I have to say that Wikipedia is very wrong in claiming, I've just verified it, they do write that Voice of India is essentially an RSS outfit meant for spreading the RSS ideology. Now that is plainly untrue. I mean, within Hinduism, but even within Hindu politics, you know, this is a house with many chambers. There are a number of different currents, and so the Ram Sarup current was quite distinct from the Hindutva current. One thing Ram Sarup has, for instance, written is that one should not be against what is foreign, like in the Ayodhya affair, for instance. The RSS used to say that Babur was a foreign invader and Rama was an Indian hero. Now, that has nothing to do with it if you consider it properly, because the Greeks, the Huns, the Kushanas, many people entered India and didn't destroy temples. The British entered India and didn't destroy temples. They were very destructive to many aspects of Indian life, but they didn't destroy temples. They didn't forbid Hinduism. Uh, so it's not because of being foreign, it's because of being Muslim that Babur did what he did. So according to Ram Sarup, one should not be against what is foreign, only against what is foreign to Atman. That's how he formulated it. And so the Indian national perspective has its value at a certain level. It should not be neglected, should not be despised. The way that the people like I heard George Soros mention here before, George Soros and other globalists uh, want to destroy nationhood. That is, of course, not necessary. Nationhood is a natural phenomenon, but only that. It should not be the object of an ideology. You see, national identity is there, but it is just there. It's not something you should want or you should not want. It's just there. It's just a natural phenomenon. And so you should look upwards. You should look to Atman. Then he moved away to the subject of religion, as I said, and in that he focused mainly on three aspects. One is the unity of the different sampradayas. He first, got to know of this problem in the case of Buddhism and Neo-Buddhism, where he shows that Buddhism is simply one school within Hinduism, which has a specific relation to the Vedas. Or some schools like Shaktism, you could say, well, this existed already tens of thousands of years. This is the natural village religion. This doesn't take any sophistication, any Vedic culture with its science of grammar, science of astronomy, of mathematics, and so on. This is just natural religion. Well, the Buddha was far more specifically inside the Vedic stream. And you could explain much of his teaching as a revitalization, a resourcing, going back to the source of the Vedas. He does diplomatically still use the terms Hinduism and Buddhism. I mean the term Hinduism and Buddhism, juxtaposing the two. When in a radical mood, I would say I wouldn't do that, because strictly speaking, Buddhism is a part of Hinduism. When it didn't exist yet, there was already Hinduism. And then within Hinduism, you see Jainism coming up, you see Buddhism coming up. Later on, you see Sikhism coming up, you see the Ramakrishna mission coming up, the Veera Shaivas coming up. And so they all are within the big tent of Hinduism. Hinduism simply means an Indian pagan, any Indian pagan, whether Vedic or not. About the problem case of Sikhism, we're going to hear more from Vishal Agarwal. I would like to focus on the third case of the Ramakrishna mission. You see, Ram Sarup, having lived in Calcutta, was quite familiar with the Ramakrishna mission and studied it also. And so when he heard that the Ramakrishna mission tried to get registered as a non-Hindu minority, of course he saw that this was not correct. Before that, the Sri Aurobindo Society in Pondicherry had already tried to get recognized as a religion in its own right. This failed, thanks to, among others, Michel Danino, whom you might know, who showed, and it was very easy to show in court, that Sri Aurobindo had never intended to set up a separate religion, that he was very much a Hindu, or as he at that time still called it, an Arya. Now the same thing counts for the Ramakrishna mission, founded by Swami Vivekananda, who had made it totally clear that he was a Hindu. In fact, that against the downheartedness of Hindus in the colonial period, he wanted Hindus to be proud of their religion. Gara se kaho hum Hindu hain. So to paint him as a founder of another religion, as an apostate from Hinduism, really makes no sense. The case was lost for the same reason as with the Sri Aurobindo Society. The court saw through it, and so very many Hindus sympathized with the plight of the Ramakrishna mission that had made them do this, namely that their schools could be nationalized on a whim of the state government of West Bengal. So they were afraid, and they wanted their schools to be protected by the protections that in India under the constitution the minorities enjoy, but not the Hindus. Namely, the autonomy of schools is guaranteed for Christians, for Muslims, and not for Hindus. So the Ramakrishna mission did not appeal to Hindu society, did not seek help from the Hindu parties and so on. No, it took the easy way out by leaving the sinking ship of Hinduism and becoming a religion in its own right. Now, they lost the case, and I remember the American Hindu publication, Hinduism Today, which is run by Western monks who have converted to Shaivism, that headline, Ramakrishna Mission wins. They lost their court case, all right, but they won. They won their Hindu identity. They won back their natural Hindu roots. It was a very correct way of describing it. But Ram Swarup warned, you see, it's not just a matter of a court case, winning and losing. It's a matter of a mentality that you develop. So for some years now, the Ramakrishna mission has been telling itself and others that it is not Hindu. It has tried to find fault with Hinduism. It has used anti-Hindu language in order to justify its own apostasy from Hinduism. So that has gone into the mentality. And essentially, that's not too different from what has happened in Hindu society at large. You see, Hinduism has acquired a bad name. It was not always so. Of course, in the days of the missionaries, in the colonial days, there were already negative paintings of Hinduism, particularly about sati and other, well, objectionable practices. But at the same time, there was also much going for Hinduism, and particularly in mysticism. Many Western authors discovered Hinduism, were enthusiastic about it. Schopenhauer, Romain Rolland, Mark Twain, and so on and so on. And then in the 60s, 70s, you still had a big outburst of enthusiasm for Hindu gurus in the West. So that was there, and many Hindus who don't follow it too closely might even think that it is still there and it's not really gone, but at the same time, the people who used to not be interested, who used to not care about India or Hinduism, have now developed a pretty palpable hostility towards Hinduism. You see, in Western media, you see this all the time. In India, of course, you also see it, but that's because of the Indian secularists. They are not imitating the West. You see, they have their own reasons to hate Hinduism. And so many Hindus try to, well, take a distance from Hinduism. They openly mock it, in the English language intelligentsia or in Bollywood. They openly mock it, or you see, even if they're still pro-Hindu, they're a bit more subdued about it. This latter mentality is what you see in the BJP. Many, and unfortunately not even all, but many of them are still committed Hindus, but still they have absorbed certain secularist presuppositions, like that Hindus owe something to others. You see, when you mention the discriminations against Hindus in education and in temple management, you actually find many Hindus who, just like whites in America, start to justify their own subjugation, the discrimination against themselves, because very many Hindus are interiorizing the uh, the poo-pooing of Hinduism, the dismissal of Hinduism as just something primitive, superstitious, and so on. This is gaining ground steadily. And in education, nothing is done against this. You see, Hindus don't learn Hinduism properly anymore, less and less in the home, but in their lives, of course, schools are far more important now than they were in the Middle Ages. And so where they should have received cultural, historical education about Hindu civilization, there is nothing. There is a vacuum, except for some idealization of Christian or Muslim role models. So Hindus get alienated from Hinduism, and as a Dutch proverb says, unknown makes unloved. So Hindus care less and less about Hinduism. I wonder if the Ayodhya movement on the ground, the Kar Sevaks, the Bajrang Dal, that was so prominent 30 years ago, if that would even still be possible today. I'm not very sure. Anyway, so Ram Swarup warns against this slide of increasing anti-Hinduism or downplaying of Hinduism. So the same story could be told later about the Jains who become a separate religion, the Virasaivas that have been recognized as a separate religion. So this is all part of a larger alienation from Hinduism. The answer to that, I will give it in passing. This is something I discussed with Ram Sarup. I can't recall where he addressed it in writing. But the answer to this is to point out, to make people aware of the greatness of Hinduism. You see, Hindus have achieved a lot of spirituality, as they always say, yoga practices, but that is something that everybody knows, and many materialist people don't take this seriously. For them, it only proves that Hinduism is indeed otherworldly and superstitious. But they have also done great things in science, in astronomy, in mathematics. They have created the science of linguistics. They have created enormous amounts of beautiful art. So those are things to be proud of. And so if people become aware of this again, then you will see the Sikhs, for example, who now say that they're not Hindus, they will start, I am a Hindu. No, I am the best Hindu. So this is something that can be achieved. You see, it's a change in mentality that can gradually be achieved. And in fact, that this organization is a little instrument in achieving. Then a second aspect of religion that Ram Swarup discussed is the defense against predatory religions. Islam and Christianity are, as you know, intolerant. They have a huge record of religious persecution, not only against other religions, sometimes also, well, and of course against one another, but even inside, like the Sunnis in Pakistan persecuting the Ahmadiyyas and so on. But so they have this religion of intolerance. And once they have an internal quarrel, much sooner than elsewhere, it develops into violence. This intolerance is not just a fact. That fact had been very, very sparsely documented already. In 1,000 years of Islamic aggression against Hinduism, there is no record of any Hindu study of Islam, any Hindu critique of Islam, any polemic against Islam. There is fighting against Muslims, yes, but there is no critique of the ideology that made them do it. It seems somehow that Hindus never ask themselves, but why is this happening? Why is the Kashi Vishwanath being destroyed? Until the Satyartha Prakash by Swami Dayanand Saraswati about 1875, in which one chapter deals with Islam, and still rather primitive, rather undeveloped, is a critique of the Quran as such, where of course you can find plenty of intolerance, that is true. To go then to the Hadith was at the time still a bit much for Hindus, they didn't go that far. And then in Islamic history, for that of course you have to know history, but a number of facts were well known, like the destruction of these famous temples. But still, it was difficult at the time to broach this subject. And so a few decades later, you had Pandit Lekram, also of the Arya Samaj, that Dayananda had founded, who wrote a book really polemicizing against Islam. Now, for his troubles, he was rewarded with being murdered. And this would happen several times over. In the next decades, several writers took up the task of studying Islam and were murdered. And so the most famous, the most consequential case was with Swami Shraddhananda, who wrote a very important book, Savior of the Dying Race, Hindu Sanghatan, which was a very important inspiration for the Hindu Mahasabha, which he co-founded, and for the RSS. But he was murdered in 1926, and it is on that occasion that the British then enacted the famous Article 295A of the Indian Penal Code, which restricts people from criticizing religions or supposedly insulting religions. But any criticism can, of course, be taken to court as insulting. And so that was the British way of protecting Islam. At that time, they had developed a good relation with Islam, much less with Hinduism. And so they protected Islam from criticism. At that time, mainly from Arya Samaj criticism. It is only much later that first the Christians and finally the Hindus also saw the possibilities of this article and also started using it to thwart criticism. Lastly, it was the case of Wendy Doniger's book about Hinduism that was not really prosecuted in law, but that was threatened with prosecution in law, and therefore the book was pulped, which was a totally anachronistic measure because books are on the internet nowadays. But anyway, that way Hindus showed that they too could do it. Maybe that is the good side of it. I don't like book banning. Neither did Ram Swarup. In fact, he himself was the object or the target of a book ban, namely when he had written against Islam, against the hadith of al-Muslim, which is the stories from the life of the Prophet. So he had commented that and shown how here and there it is, to say it in modern terms, against human rights. So then temporarily Voice of India was persecuted. They managed to find an understanding, scrapping a few lines. But so that history of book banning or censorship and so on, that was triggered by the murders of these very few Islam critics at the time. So then the Arya Samaj went silent, especially after independence when secularism came into vogue. Somehow Indians thought or Hindus thought that it was no longer done to criticize other religions. And I have to admit that it's not in the nature of Hindus to criticize other religions. When you see in history, when Christianity settled, for example, no questions were asked of them. When the Parsis settled similarly, they were given freedom to practice their religion, and whether that religion contained any danger to the others was not asked. I mean, if it would present a danger and really get aggressive, then Hindus would deal with it. But they didn't care about the ideology behind it. So, okay, these religions are intolerant, they have a terrible record and so on. However, there's something else. They are mistaken. And so Ram Swarup shows, in his very diplomatic way, that if studied from the Hindu science of consciousness, these religions, these theologies leave a lot to be desired. They represent lower levels of consciousness, and they are not purified. They have very serious impurities, namely ego. Muhammad makes Allah work for himself. He himself is at the center of his worldview. Up there is Allah. But you see, as the Muslim proverb says, you can make jokes about Allah, but be careful with Muhammad. And so what speaks through Muhammad's claims is a lot of ego. He considers himself the center of the world. Ram Swarup largely avoided the psychopathological approach. You see, Hindu psychology is far, far richer than Western psychology, which grew up in a therapeutic context. So they study disease. They don't study states of consciousness in their own right. You see, their application is mostly to the field of disease, of mental disease. So he didn't take it up where Swami Vivekananda had left it off. Swami Vivekananda had said that practicing yoga, practicing concentration can lead to mental powers and to great mental phenomena. But these can do a lot of harm. These can do a lot of harm to the person himself and especially to the others. Because you see somebody who is obsessed with some idea, like who is obsessed that he himself is the final spokesman of God. They tend to be fascinating to people around them and to get a following. And here, the modern generation should not look too much down on the past, because even today, just about any sect can get a following. And so Vivekananda approached it from this angle. He sometimes writes favorably about Islam, sometimes not. But so he gives that hint. Some Western psychologists later have taken it up in right earnest, but also Sitaram Goel in the preface to his book, The Calcutta Quran Petition, he gives a very detailed analysis of what is wrong mentally with the Prophet. So in the case of Ram Swarup, that's not so much the case. You see, he simply analyzes it in terms of the different levels of consciousness known in yoga, to what extent Islam reaches a certain level, fails to reach another level, but claims to have reached it, and so on. So this is unique. Worldwide, this is unique. Nobody else has done it. It's, as far as I'm concerned, Ram Sarup's most important claim to fame. Meanwhile, he's being subtle. He attacks very specific things in Islam, in Christianity. Not on the whole, the fact that they are religions. You see, if people want to go to Mecca, that's fine. If you want to go to a Hindu place of pilgrimage, it's essentially the same. It does the same kind of thing to you. So it is spiritually uplifting to go on pilgrimage to Mecca. Why not? Or to practice fasting, as Islam does, just as Judaism does, just as Christianity does, just as Hinduism does. So the fact that it's a religion with religious practices, that is not the problem. Many Western atheists will laugh at everything that smells like religion, and they don't see the very important differences between religions. So Ram Sarup is very judicious in approaching Islam and criticizing it on the points that need to be criticized. He also, in fact, criticizes the upcoming religion today, which is hedonism. But that, of course, is a target of criticism of Hinduism since thousands of years. Then a third aspect, and with that I will wind up, a third aspect of religion where he is active is the outreach to pagans. In his book, Names of Gods, he calls on the populations of the rest of the world, especially those who have been Christianized or Islamized, to go on a pilgrimage to their own past, to get to know, to acquaint themselves with the gods of their ancestors. Some peoples still retain their ancestral religions. Most have lost them, are rediscovering them, or are in a position where they can rediscover them. Like, for instance, at that time, it was not there yet. Today, there is a so-called neo-paganism among the Arabs, which they call Wataniya, of the fatherland, national. So they do rediscover their own pre-Islamic religion. Of course, if in an Islamic surrounding, they have to do it very discreetly, but it is happening. And so in Europe, I can testify that it's already quite a movement and getting better and better in quality. You see, when it started, it was all very funny, and it did Halloween stuff, witches, and so on. Right now, it's a lot more mature. It has far better knowledge of its own religious scriptures and so on. To this, many Hindus react, oh, but you see, we are not pagans. Hinduism is not pagan. Well, I would say, who do you think you are? You see, you cannot decide whether you are a pagan. Pagan is a Christian concept, and then secondarily also a Muslim concept, where they call it kafir. And they decide who is pagan, namely everyone who is not Christian, respectively who is not Muslim. So paganism does not answer to the stereotype that Christians have created of it, like paganism means primitive, means walking around like cavemen and blood and dirt and so on. That's not pagan. From a Christian viewpoint, the most subtle, the most impressive thinkers outside Christianity are pagan. Like Socrates was pagan, Confucius was pagan, the Buddha was pagan. They are all burning in hell right now, according to Christianity. So you are pagan. And yes, it is very appropriate, very right, and also very useful to you to build bridges with the old remaining pagans in countries like Guatemala or New Zealand or so. Some of the indigenous people still retain their religion, or the neo-pagans, those who have discovered their ancestors' religion, like in Lithuania, in Scandinavia, and so on. This is going on. And so Hindus are right to build bridges with them. Only you could say that Hinduism is the elder brother. It knows more. It is far more advanced. You see, the others have a pantheon of gods too. And these gods are superficially the same as Indra, as Agni, and so on. But yeah, you could reasonably say, Hinduism should look a little bit down on them because it has advanced farther in terms of consciousness. It has developed farther. But all right, you can be aware of what you have gained that the others have lost, or have forgotten about, or have never had, but have a possibility to obtain. There is one practical application of this. And so even though Ram Swarup was a bit of an ivory tower scholar, nevertheless, he has already had practical effect. There is a society called the Gathering of the Elders, which was set up by an American Hindu, an Indian-born American Hindu, Yashwant Pathak, who is a professor of, I think, pharmacy in an American university. And American Hindus are in a very good position to start this, because of course they have the Hindu background At the same time, in America, they get to know Native Americans, some African immigrants and so on, or some white American neo-pagans who all have something to do with pagan religion and who are galvanized by the prospect of having a certain global unity, or at least a global common platform. At the same time, in very practical terms, American Hindus also have the money to set this up. You know, in India, it would be more difficult. And in Guatemala and so on, it would also be difficult. So anyway, they have set this up. There have been local meetings between Hindus and, for example, the Druids in England. There is in England a neo-Druid movement. And so they get together, like every year they have a festival of Druid Hindu friendship. And so similarly in all parts of the world, and then every 3 years, there is a gathering in one city, and particularly at the request of all these foreign participants themselves, it is always in an Indian city. So it has been in Haridwar, in Ujjain, in Mumbai. And so I think normally, if things go back to normal, it should be next February. But maybe that'll have to be postponed for a year. But anyway, this appreciation of Hinduism as the leader, as the locomotive of these pagans reviving, that is very much happening. And that is a movement which we really should support, if only to honor the contribution to this movement by Sri Ram Swarup. Thank you. Any questions or objections or so?
I have a question, Conrad.
Okay.
So I want to ask you, I mean, these other pagan religions, if any of them have texts, do they also have something equivalent of Sadvipraha Bahuda Vadanti, like we have in the Veda, where it talks about 33 or more gods, but at the devatas at the same time it says Sadvipraha Bahuda Vadanti. In the pagan religions that you are talking about, do they have any texts which say that?
Well, some do and some don't. Of course, of some very little has been preserved. But so that is often there, yes. And so in Greece, ancient Greece, it was there very explicitly. But then in the case of Greece, you can wonder if this is not under Indian influence. You see, the relation between Greece and India is complicated in the sense that you have a lot of transmission in the classical period from India to Greece, far more than you think. I mean, if you only study Greece, here and there you find India along with Egypt being mentioned in a laudatory way. But even more than what you get to see there, there is an Indian influence on Greece, both in science and in spirituality. On the other hand, Greece has a common history with Hinduism thousands of years earlier. And so you do find some elements of this surviving in classical Greece. There is an Oxford scholar, Nick Allen, who has shown that a number of motifs present in the Mahabharata are also present in Homer, in the Iliad and the Odyssey. So he shows, you see, this is clearly from a common background of storytelling, but that was there already when the Greeks, as well as the Germans, the Romans, and so on, they were all still sitting back in their homeland, which I say is India. And so these traditions, including notions of yoga, go back that far. Like, I mean, I know in the West, many people are discussing about when did yoga start? And they say, oh, it started with the Buddha or so. As long as they don't have to admit that Hindus had anything to do with it, It can be that old, but not much older. Well, in reality, it is certainly 6,000 years old. And so you find remains, you see hints at yoga in both Germanic and Greek mythology. And that's another subject, so I won't go into that. But so you find traces of what is now known as Hindu Buddhist spirituality that is now being borrowed from the Orient. You find traces of that in the native traditions, only not understood very well, not known very well. So in practice, all these people have no option but to go borrow it in the East. And so you do find at the moment, I see it everywhere in these neo-pagan circles, a sort of amalgamation between ancestral tradition and what they can borrow from India.
I also want to make a comment about Arya Samaj, in the context
Yes.
of sectarianism and separatism. Dayananda Saraswati's opposition to Pauranic, was about the sectarianism. He thought of Sanatana Dharma as a universal, and not sectarian. And then he was fighting against the development of sectarianism. But eventually, it actually became a sect. That's where it led to eventually, anyway.
Yeah, happens all the time. It's reminiscent of what happens in Protestantism, where you have in Holland you have a church now together underway. That's what it's called. It's meant to be a reunification of a number of sects, and in practice, all these sects have split into two, with those who reunify and those who remain true to themselves. So yeah, I mean, this is a human phenomenon. You can only transcend that by deepening your knowledge and seeing that what the Arya Samaj is all about is what Sanatana Dharma is all about, that ultimately is the same thing. In the case of the Arya Samaj, indeed, I think that the separatism, well, is over the worst, that's coming all right. We will have a harder nut to crack in the case of the Nanak Panth, about which Vishal is going to talk right now. In fact, if there are no more questions, I will give the floor to him now.
I just want to make a comment about,
Yes.
I'm very happy to note that about this paganism and the outreach. My own experience has been that last year we announced a conference on Indic and pagan environmentalism. And I received a pretty strong pushback amongst several Hindu intellectuals, and it was fairly disheartening. Later on, we did the conference as a Center for Indigenous Environmentalism, but definitely the outreach to the global pagan world, neo-pagan world has to be there. And I don't, like you said, we can be the elder brother if we want. If we have the ego, we have the super ego. We always carry the super ego. All the intellectuals who are there trying to protect our dharma have an extraordinary ego. So we might have an ego, but we must know what the global trends are. The global trends are on environmentalism, sustainability, and if we don't understand these things and the shift towards polytheistic framework, we have to do an outreach, and we don't have a choice there. I just want to make a comment.
Last one.
Yeah, may I?
Yes, of course.
Okay, very quickly, one brief comment about your description of Indira Gandhi as this person who actually delivered a certain Hindu agenda. And you referred to Bangladesh. I would say, with hindsight, we can say that the creation of Bangladesh turned out to be a disaster for India, because so long as Bangladeshis were fighting Pakistan, they were bleeding Pakistan to death. And after the Indian army went and created or helped them create Bangladesh, now we have enemies, so to speak, on both sides, except so long as we have a good prime minister there, Sheikh Hasina. She keeps things under somewhat better control, but otherwise the decimation of Hindus has continued unchallenged. Secondly, we were never allowed to know that the massacre or the genocide of Bangladeshis that took place actually was primarily aimed at Hindu Bangladeshis. That there were 90% of those slaughtered, raped, and as I'm told, were Hindus. They were the prime targets. And this was something that even Indira regime did not want to acknowledge, did not want anyone in India to know, because they think it'll instigate communal passions within India. That's why terrorism has no religion and all that spiel that we face. Now, as far as connecting with pagans, I fully agree with you on the need to do so. Absolutely. But, as you said, just as Hindus have never seriously studied Islam, and that includes people like me, similarly, we've lost the urge to know others. We don't even look at the Thai people as our own. We don't look at the entire Eastern hemisphere. Singapore, yes, we feel comfortable in because there are a lot of little Indias there. But other than that, I don't know what has killed this urge to know and own those who are our own as our own. We're so busy, Hindu, Muslim, bhai bhai. They will never be your bhai bhai. But those who really are not apart, not separate, and want to be close to you, we don't pay attention to. And finally, this business of connecting with pagan people. In a way, we have a dual, triple disadvantage. Because the pagans in, say, Europe, those who are discovering their pagan roots, they often sound so childish, because there isn't that rich a legacy to hold on to. Hindus are lucky because we have such a rich written tradition. So we can't bawdlerize it beyond a point. They are at a disadvantage. So it's not just that the discourse becomes unequal, but it begins to be resented. For example, take the Green Party of Germany. When they started on their environmental binge, they would not even condescend to pay tribute to a Gandhi, except in the passing. I mean, he was never acknowledged as an important influence on many of the issues that they were talking about. So there is that resistance, just as yoga shouldn't be seen as Hindu. No, nothing really good should be seen as Hindu. Stop at Buddhism if possible, but certainly not go that far. So it has to be, apart from what Hari Kiranji did, and I think that was really remarkable. I'm sorry I missed it for whatever reason, but I think you can't, Hariji, you can't afford to stop it. But at some level, it has to become part of our foreign policy mandate. But then the government is so insensitive to anything cultural, to anything civilizational, unless this is taken. I mean, ICCR should be one of the prime institutions which builds these links for us. But in the meantime, Hari Kiranji, it's your job. Please don't give up. We count on you to do all the things that the government right now refuses to do.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right. This is my hearty agreement.
There is a comment that Chaugleji just sent me. He was saying that the World Council of Ethnic Religions is actually a Sangh Parivar project. He just
Okay. Didn't I say that? Well, okay, I'll gladly explicitate it. So this Yashwant Pathak is an RSS Pracharak. It's in that capacity, in fact, that I met him when I visited one Sangha gathering over there. And especially because it's Ashok Chowgule, with whom I've had this debate about the quality of the RSS since 25 years. Okay, the Sangh Parivar gathers a lot of good people, right? Certainly, and many of them separately take interesting initiatives. And so one I really admire is Yashwant Pathak. However, for some reason, and I don't know exactly why it happens, but as they climb up, and maybe not all of them are interested in climbing up, but those who do climb up somehow lose that Hindu quality. I mean, when I hear the discourses of Mohan Bhagwat about every Indian is a Hindu, that is to say, Asaduddin Owaisi is a Hindu, it's so nonsensical. I mean, the intellectual level is so childish. You can't sell that to anyone. I mean, only Hindus will buy it. That's so sad. And like in the Ayodhya movement, of course, the example I gave of Babar being a foreigner, no, he was a Muslim. So the fact that you misconstrue the issues and try to avoid criticizing Islam. Now, that's not what I see among common RSS men whom I visit or when I stay at one of their house or so. But it's the language we get from the high ups in the RSS. So I don't immediately have a solution for that, but that is a problem. And so with that problem, Ram Swarup and Sitaram Goel dealt with in different ways, but they did recognize both that there is something problematic there. That's worth a conference in its own right. Okay, shall we then make room for Vishal? Vishal, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So except for some 5 minutes winding up at the end, the rest of the time is yours.
Okay, I will start sharing my screen. Can you confirm if you can see my screen?
I can.
All right. Okay. So this is a topic that is very sensitive for both Hindus and Sikhs. A lot of Hindus feel betrayed that Sikhism is today a separate religion, whereas a lot of Sikhs get very offended when Hindus patronizingly say that Sikhs are a part of Hindu religion. The fact is that Sikhism is today the fifth largest religion in the world.
Vishal, can you put it in the view, change the view more to full
Yes,
screen?
Yeah, just a minute.
Slideshow mode, bottom right, to the right.
Yeah, there's something popping up on my window which is not. Just a minute. I can do it this way probably.
You can do it on the top also.
Yeah. There.
Thank you.
All right. So there are 25 to 30 million Sikhs in the world today, and that's almost twice the number of Jews. I personally feel that it's the right of every community to define themselves, and if the majority of Sikhs think of themselves as a separate religion, that's their prerogative. However, in scholarly writings, there are multiple views offered on the exact relationship between Hindus and Sikhs. The view which is being promoted very strongly these days in the Sikh community is that Sikhism was a new revelation right from the beginning. So Guru Nanak Ji was born in 1469, and after his travels, he had a revelation that he disappeared in a tributary of the Bias River for 3 days, and when he came out, he said there is no Hindu and there is no Muslim. Uh, a proper interpretation of that would be that human beings inherently don't have a religion, and that's what Hindus also believe. But the Sikhs today and the Akali interpretations will say, well, that meant that Guru Nanak rejected Hinduism and Islam and said that, we are Sikhs. And we'll come back more to those kind of interpretations. The second interpretation is, and this is a typo here, that Sikhism is an amalgam of Hinduism and Islam. And this is a version that you find in many books, and it is again quite offensive to the Sikhs. It gives the impression that there is just no originality in the teachings of Guru Sahiban, and it detracts from the beauty and the uniqueness in the Guru Bani. The third view is that Sikh Panth evolved from Nirgun Bhakti and the Nath traditions, and this is a view which in modern times has been promoted by scholars like W.H. MacLeod, also called Hugh MacLeod, and some of his students, not all. And that eventually it became a faith that developed more and more features which are not mainstream Hinduism and evolved into a separate faith in the last 150 years. The fourth, which is a very minority view, is that Islam is actually a sect. Sikhism is actually a sect of Islam. Shri Ram Swarup wrote this seminal booklet called Hindu-Sikh Relationship, in which he explores some examples where Sikhism is treated as a sect of Islam. And this happened not just in British times or by colonial authors. Even today, there is an attempt by certain scholars to say that this is actually true. There's a lady scholar named Dominique Silla Khan, and she argues that the Sikh gurus are actually secret Nizari Ismailis, and she sees Nizari, sect in everywhere. She even says that Mahamati Prannath, who propagated the Krishna Pranami Sampradaya, was also a Nizari, and that the Sampradaya itself is a form of Ismaili Islam. Well, I mean, that's a prerogative. The fifth view is that even today, Sikhism is a sect of Hinduism. This is a view which a lot of Hindus subscribe to, and there are still some Sikhs, and I've come across them, who state that we are Hindus. So we'll explore, I think, the first view and see how views like 3 and 4, I mean, how much validity they have. So now, as to the first view that Sikhism was a new revelation right from the beginning, one only has to look at relics that have survived from the times of Guru Nanak and which are said to have belonged to him. So in 1700s, the descendants of Guru Ram Das, after whom the big schism happened in the Sikh community, they set up a Pothi Mala Sadan in the district of Firozpur. And they had inherited these relics from the times of Guru Nanak. And even today, there is an annual fair where the surviving relics are displayed and offerings are made. Um, so one of the most prominent relic which disappeared in a train robbery in 1970 was the Pothi, which was said to be, said to belong to Guru Nanak himself. And there are Sikh historical records which say that every time the Guru passed on the baton to the next Guru, there was a ceremony where the Pothi and the Mala were ceremoniously handed over to the next Guru. So the Pothi is shown in the top left picture. And before this Pothi disappeared in the train robbery, uh, photographs were taken by scholars, Gyani Gurudit Singh and many other scholars. What we see is, and at the top, bottom left is the facsimile of probably the first page, is that, a lot of Sikhs say that, well, we believe in Ek Onkar, and Hindus say Om. And so we emphasize Ek to distinguish ourselves from Hindu polytheism. But if you look at the Harsahai Pothi photographs, Guru Nanak ji uniformly used Om, and the Ek Omkar really became prominent in the Kartarpur Pothi, which is said to have been compiled in the time of Guru Arjan Dev. So, if Ek Omkar is a marker of Sikh separateness, well, obviously it was not present in the Pothi of Guru Nanak ji. In the middle top and on the top right, we see the mala, which Guru Nanak ji had. As anyone can see, it has Rudraksh beads in it, and like I said, the it's called the Pothi Mala Sadan. But on the bottom right, there are some other relics from Guru Nanak's time. One is a precious stone called the Padam, the cream, the beige, white colored. But on the right is a shaligram that belonged to Guru Nanak Ji's family. So that lends some support to the theory that Guru Nanak Ji was a Vaishnav. Once again, typically when people think of Vaishnavas, they always feel that it's a worship of murtis of Rama and Krishna. But even within the Vaishnav tradition, there were Nirguni streams. So the other alternate theory is that Shri Guru Nanak was or had a strong influence through inheritance or the traditions of the time, but that his views were very strongly Nirgun Vaishnavite in flavor. So, in conclusion, what we see from these relics is that, um, at least Guru Nanak, the claim made that he started a completely different religion from Hinduism is not supported by relics and these pictures are found on the web, and anybody can look at it. Now, coming to the Pothi Mala Sadan, and these frescoes date from the 18th and the 19th centuries. And this is actually true for a lot of the old Gurudwaras. If you enter them, their imagery, the frescoes depict Hindu deities. So you can see Bhagwan Shiva, you can see Brahmaji, you can see Krishna, and on the bottom left, you see an image of Guru Nanak in the company of other gurus and Hindu sants. Today, in the name of in the name of renovating a lot of gurudwaras in the last few decades, a lot of these frescoes have been whitewashed, or they have been actually replaced by so-called Sikh art, in which Krishna, Rama, Vishnu, Brahma, Shiva are absent, and all we see are frescoes depicting the gurus and other purely Sikh themes. So this brings me to the Guru Granth Sahib, which is now the eternally installed Guru for the Sikh community. If you don't know, it's a massive scripture of 1430 pages, and all printed editions are identical. So if I were to refer to a verse in the Bhagavad Gita, I would say chapter 5, verse 15. But anywhere in the world, when you have the Guru Granth Sahib in a Gurdwara or at home, or when you see any scholarly work or traditional scholarship um, referring to any Bani, they will say, page number 530, Rag Bilavalu, and, and so on. Mahlu 5, which means, that this is from this Rag Bilawal and it's from Guru Arjan Dev and it's on page 520. So that's the uniformity with which the all the printed editions are created, because the Guru Granth, since the time of Guru Gobind Singh Ji's uh, demise, is considered the embodiment of the Guru. Interestingly, the writings included are those of first five Gurus. The ninth Guru were added by Guru Gobind Singh, who prefaced it with a shlok. It adds, a lot of Sikhs are very proud to say that this is a very universal scripture, because it has a Bani of 16 Bhagats and Sufis. These days the word Sufi is very fashionable. So if you really look at the writings, 13 are clearly Vaishnav Bhagats, and the other three who are stated to be Sufis are Baba Farid, Kabir Das Ji, and Sheikh Bhikan, who's all often said to be a disciple of Kabir Das Ji. Now, another misconception about the Granth is that it's in Punjabi. Well, it is not. The language can best be characterized, especially the language of the first five gurus, as Sadhukari, with the influence of Punjabi and Persian. As we move from Guru Nanak, who made a lot of journeys into Pakistan, Central Asia, Afghanistan, the loan words from the Farsi language go on decreasing. And in this massive scripture of 1430 pages, there are just about 1,000 Persian loan words, which are predominantly related to power, royalty, trade, and commerce. And this is a reflection that there was Islamic domination in that region for at least 3 to 4 centuries when Guru Nanak Ji appeared. And we can see actually parallels in Rajput and Maratha records where Persian vocabulary is used quite frequently for terms relating to royalty, sovereignty, and politics. So the language of the Guru Granth is predominantly Sadhukari or the Sant Bhasha, which is also used by other Nirgun saints. And as we come to Guru Ramdas Ji and Guru Arjan Dev Ji, the fourth and the fifth Guru Saiban, there is a discernible influence of Braj, which actually goes increasing. And when we read the Bani of Guru Tegh Bahadur, it is quite pure Braj. Guru Gobind Singh Ji, whose Vani is compiled in the Dasham Granth Sahib, is predominantly in very chaste Braj language with a few Farsi compositions added. These Banis are set to 31 ragas of Indian music. And again, this is touted as a unique feature of the Guru Granth. But if you look at the collections of other Nirgun saints, for example, the Panchavani collections, and those predate the Guru Granth Sahib, they are also set to the ragas. Likewise, the compilations of Sant Surdas and other Vaishnava sons, they also exist from pre-Guru Granth Sahib times, and they are also set to different ragas. So far from being a Punjabi Granth, it actually was an encyclopedia of uh, these sons who lived in northwestern India. And Punjab is not at all referred to actually in the Granth. Actually, India is referred to 4 times. So what I'm trying to say is that the argument that by writing the Guru Granth, the Gurus established a separate faith is very it's I would say it's a tunneling of vision. There were similar Granths of other sampradayas. Actually, if you go to southern India, they were the Divya Prabandhams written, like 600-700 years earlier. So like I said, there were Panchavani collections already in existence for Nirguni sons. Similar collections existed for a mixture of Nirgun and Vaishnav sons. There were other Grantha collections of different sampradayas, and just creating a separate Granth is not a marker of a separate religious identity. What we see is that in the Granth, there are many passages which are now interpreted quite differently by modern Sikh scholars to project their new identity. One of them is, Na Hum Hindu Na Musalman and Allah Ram Ke Pind Pran. So what Guru Arjan Dev, concludes this is by saying that Kahe Kabir so Mahe Bakhanu. So he says that Kabir has stated this truth, and I say the same thing. In modern Sikh literature, the last sentence is typically omitted, and all that they say is we are neither Hindus nor Muslims. There's a typo there again. And what they interpret this to mean is that we are not Hindus, we are not Muslims, and so we are a separate community, the Sikh community. But in reality, if Guru Arjan Dev is quoting Kabir Ji, and these words or similar words are actually found in Kabir Granthavali Pad 338, it means that Kabir Das Ji is saying, I am not Hindu, I am not Muslim, and I am a Sikh, which is absurd. Some scholars like Pashora Singh argue that Guru Arjan Dev Ji slightly changed the text of Kabir Granthavali to emphasize that we are a separate religion. But the fact is that the Kabir Granthavali itself exists in multiple recensions, and Guru Arjan Dev might have used one and not the other. So, and the printed Granthavalis, might follow one recension, which is different from the one that Guru Arjan Dev Ji had access to. We see a similar uh, variation in the text of other banis. For example, uh, there's a very famous pada Surdas ji, Tajo man hari vimukhani ko sang. Guru Arjan Dev Ji quotes this as Chhada man hari vimukhan ko sang. So the thing is that these were banis, these were sant literatures which were propagated a lot orally. People wrote them down from memory, and so they were replaced with synonymous words or with slight textual variants. And one cannot use that argument to say that the Granth marks a separate, Sikh identity. The other argument suggested is that the Gurus invented a new script, the Gurumukhi, to write their Granth. And Guru Angad Dev Ji is often credited with inventing this script. This argument is also we should reject historically. Well, first of all, and the second part of the argument is that the Guru specifically rejected the Hindu Devanagari script for and invented the Gurumukhi. Well, first of all, we've seen that the Guru Granth Sahib is not a Punjabi scripture, and ironically, the oldest Punjabi text available is Ekadashi Mahatmya, which is as Hindu as it can get to be. The most Punjabi influence we see in the Guru Granth is actually in the Bani of Baba Sheikh Farid. Uh, and now scholars have looked at the archaeological evidence. There's a brick from Gurdaspur. There are manuscripts from before the times of Gurus, which show that Proto Gurumukhi had already existed. As the Sharda script spread from Kashmir to the plains of Punjab and the Himachal hills, it eventually, the version in the Himachal hills started diverging from Sharda. And in the plains, we see the Takari or the Mahajani script, which led to Proto Gurumukhi. And then that finally got standardized into the Gurumukhi that we see in the Sikh literature today. If you look at that Harsahai Pothi from Guru Nanak's times, or pre Adi Granth Pothis from the times of Guru Amar Das, you see a script which is more similar to the Proto Gurumukhi. So to suggest that Gurumukhi script is a marker of a separate Sikh identity is not a very valid argument. Um, all the 10 gurus were Khatri Hindus, or rather, if you don't want to use the word Hindu, they were Khatris who used the largely consonantal Mahajani script or Takari script, and that is where the Gurumukhi script evolved from. So, again, this argument does not really have sound academic legs to stand upon. Um, Now, coming back to the three Sufis, Sheikh Farid, Sheikh Bhikan, and Kabir Das Ji, how Hindu really is their Bani incorporated in the Granth? I have quoted some lines from Sheikh Bhikan's Bani here. He says, Lord Ram, Banwari, Hari. There are two padas of Sheikh Bhikan, and they are as Hindu as they can get. So while Sheikh Bhikan might have been born as a Muslim, the Bani that the Gurus have included in the Granth is purely Hindu Vaishnav in character. Likewise, when you look at Sheikh Farid, a Sufi saint's Bani, or there is no typical use or no typical Sufi terminology in all the passages quoted. Coming to Kabirji, I don't even know how Kabirji can be designated as a Sufi or a Sikh or a Hindu. And I know it's very fashionable and the trend is not very new. Uh, Many decades back, Rabindranath Tagore published an anthology of translation of some Kabir Das Ji's writings, and he depicted Kabirji as a Sufi. Um, Today, I mean, actually, a few years back, somebody even told me a revelation that Mirabai was also a Sufi. And especially if you're from Delhi or surrounding areas, Sufism is a big fad. There are Sufi festivals. Some of my own relatives attend those. But if you look at the historical evidence to see if Kabir was ever considered a Sufi, and I apologize, this picture is not very good. There is a book which has a painting from the mid 17th century, so around 1650 or a little later, uh, and it actually shows Prince Dara Shikoh meeting with the Jogis, the Bhakats, and the Sufis. And the way this painting is done, all the Sufis are sitting on one side, and all the Bhagats and Jogis are sitting on the other side. The interesting thing to note is that uh, Sant Dadu and Kabir Das ji are shown seated with the Bhagats and not with the Sufis. So the argument that Guru Granth Sahib incorporated the writings of uh, the Sufi sons to show its to show the universal character. The devil is in the details. When you actually read that Bani and look at the historical evidence, this argument is not very sound. There is nothing particularly Islamic in the Bhagat Bani in the Guru Granth Sahib. Actually, if you look at the Bani of Bhagats like Namdev, you will find some Islamic terminology in there. The other argument that a lot of Sikhs today state is that the Gurus freed the Sikhs of Brahmanical patriarchy and caste hierarchy. Today it's very fashionable to blame Brahmins for everything, um, and they are responsible for all the evils in the remaining 97% of the Indian society, which I don't know how it's possible. But coming to patriarchy, there is not even one sentence in 1430 pages of the Granth which is authored by a woman. There are some non-canonical versions of the Guru Granth Sahib, like the Banu, bead, and then sometimes I believe even in the Kartarpur manuscript, there is a line or two by Mirabai. So again, a Hindu woman saint contributed a line or two, which was expunged from the Vulgate Guru Granth Sahib, the Dandava um, edition, which is now used in the Gurudwaras. People often cite a verse by Guru Nanak. The Janam Sakhis also give the background about it, where he praises the role of woman as the mother and says that Maharajas, Rajas are born of, emperors are born of women, except the Lord, nobody has a mother. All relationships are because of the woman, and so that's taken as a proof that Guru Nanak had rejected Brahmanical patriarchy. But if you read the Adi Granth, there are many passages which are very discomforting. In typical Vaishnava literature, the Devi Bhakts are asked to stop the worship of Devi and turn to Hari. Along those lines, the Gurbani says that people who worship Mahamaya are reborn as women, as if being a woman is a curse. True bhakts are like the subservient wives. There is even a Bani which says that a pregnant mother, that a true a person who does the Simran with full bhakti is like a pregnant mother who is full of hope and expectation that a male child will be born to her. And the line further says, because she knows that the male child, the son, will take care of her in her old age. So, this kind of uses that traditional or cultural norm of preference for a male child. The Anand Karaj Act was passed in the early 20th century. And it uses, when the Anand Karaj is done, we have, the lava hymns being recited. Today, the claim is made that those hymns were composed by Guru Ram Das ji for his own wedding. But if you read the Anand Karaj Act, and the recitations, it says that the woman should accept the husband as her sole protector and object of love. If monogamy reflects women's equal women rights, in the Sikh tradition itself, Guru Har Gobind and Guru Gobind Singh Ji had 3 wives each. Some modern Sikh apologists are very uncomfortable with that, and you find all kinds of explanations. One explanation I have read is that in the case of Guru Har Gobind, the two names are actually the maiden and the married name of the same lady, and the third lady was not really the wife of Guru Har Gobind Ji. But if you read the Guru Bilas literature, I mean, there it's very clear that Guru Har Gobind Ji and Guru Gobind Singh Ji had 3 wives each. Uh, in the Sikh tradition, there is a category called the Panjamel, or the 5 categories of people whom all Sikhs should avoid. One of them is Kodimar, or people who indulge in female feticide. If you read an explanation for this term in the modern Sikh literature, it is always said to refer to some Hindu group, like the Mohoyal Brahmins or the Hill Rajputs or the Rajputs of Punjab. Uh, Ironically, I don't understand why this is true, because female feticide was prevalent in other communities of the Sikhs too who are not dominant in the Sikh Panth, like the Jats. If you read the gender ratio numbers from the Indian census, of all the religious communities, actually it is the Sikhs who have the lowest gender ratio. I think the average from the 2011 census was 933 for the whole country, and the Sikh gender ratio was actually even below 900. Uh, Coming to casteism, all the 10 Sikh gurus were Khatris. In Punjab, they had a status which was probably more elevated than that of Brahmins, because in addition to being orthoprax, they were also uh, quite wealthy because of their engagement with trade and commerce. If the gurus rejected the caste system, we don't really see intercaste marriages in their families. They married their children to other Khatris. In recent times, when Dr. Ambedkar was approached by the Sikhs because he wanted to leave Hinduism, the Sikhs said, "Well, why don't you and your followers convert to Sikhism?" And Ambedkar ji refused, and he said, "Well, you haven't shunned casteism yet, and there is discrimination against Mazhabi and other lower caste Sikhs." It is common knowledge that many gurdwaras in Punjab are caste specific. Even when you go to England, you have the Ramgarhia gurdwaras, and then you have gurdwaras which are patronized primarily by Jats. So to say that the Gurubani completely got rid of casteism is not true. It is true that the gurus really downplayed the role of caste in spiritual and worldly matters, but they did not completely reject. And their own family marital relationships were established with other castes like Khatris, or they even got proposals from Brahman families. Um this brings us to the Granth of Shri Guru Gobind Singh Ji. So there's another massive text called the Dasham Granth, which today has 1420 pages in the standard edition. Um, and the controversy about its authenticity is really very recent. If you look at old pictures, there's a picture in Patwan Singh's book, The Six, where Maharaja Ranjit Singh has a darshan of the Granths which are displayed to him. And you see that both the Granths, the Guru Adi Granth and the Dasham Granth, were displayed, although the Dasham Granth was always placed lower than the Adi Granth. So there was no controversy about its authorship. Why is the authorship of the Dasham Granth controversial today? And the reason is that it has very longish compositions, the Rama Avatar, the Krishna Avatar, Var Chandidi Var. And so a lot of the Akali Sikhs are very uncomfortable because they think that, the gurus only wanted us to worship Akal Purakh. There is even a section which starts with Pratham Bhagavati Dhyaye. It says that first we should meditate on Bhagavati, and then we should meditate on Guru Nanak and then Guru Angad Ji. Now, the modern Sikhs say that by Bhagavati, the Guru Gobind Singh did not mean Devi. He only meant the sword. But when we look at passages like this and the actual wording of the Chandidi War and other sections, this is a very doubtful interpretation. Another reason why a lot of Sikhs are uncomfortable with the Dasham Granth, and again this brings us to patriarchy, is that one third of the Dasham Granth has about I think 400 or so sections called the Charitropakhyan. In colloquial Punjabi, we say, to stereotype women as scheming and plotting. In our families, we say, oh, that's Triya Charitra. That's the guiles of women. And so that is what the Charitropakhyan actually deals with. Story after story, some of them have a semi-erotic content. Women are shown as scheming, plotting, and but interestingly, there are a few pakhyans, which very few, which refer to traditional Hindu revered figures like Radha. And what I noted was that all of those small section of the upakhyans are very respectful in nature, and in those women are not depicted in a negative way. The like I said, the printed edition of the Granth has 1420 pages, But the reason for that is that the printed editions were all based on a very small subset of manuscripts, which were found in a small area of Punjab. Recent research by Gurinder Singh Maan and others has shown that there are manuscripts in the writing of Guru Gobind Singh Ji himself from his times, like the manuscript in Patna Sahib Gurdwara, his birthplace, which has some additional compositions. So one of them is the Ugradanti Stotra, which is quoted very frequently in RSS literature for obvious reasons. The other is a rather longish commentary, verse by verse commentary on the Bhagavad Gita, and it's called Gobind Gita. None of the printed editions of the Dasham Granth include the Govind Gita. Some of them include other compositions called Aspotak Chand. One of them has a very famous line, and it was made famous by a Bollywood song of older years, Mittar Pyare Nu Hal Murida Da. So these are considered genuine compositions if you look at the manuscript. The reason why Ugradanti Stotra is referred to multiple times is because twice in that stotra the guru says that I have come here to stop the slaughter of cows by the Mughals, and then he says I will protect the Hindus and I will destroy the Turk. uh, if you look at the modern interpretations by scholars like Kamal Sarup Singh or others, you can search the internet. It's very interesting. They say that the gurus did not specifically object to cow slaughter here like the Hindus. When they use the word cow, they actually meant the weak and defenseless, which is quite ingenious. And the other interpretation of Kamal Sarup, I mean, actually, the interpretation of Kamal Sarup in his translation of this stotra is that the Guru Gobind Singh Ji was not Islamophobe because by Turk he did not mean Muslims, which is again very ingenious because if you look at the Bhagati literature, the pair of Hindu Turk is used right from the times of Kabir Das Ji or maybe even earlier to designate Hindus and Muslims for the reason that the primary invaders of Muslim faith in India before the Mughals were called Turks or the Turushkas in the Sanskrit literature. So I mean, I'm giving examples of how words of their own granths are being twisted today to conform to the modern fads, modern politically correct theories, and also to distance Sikhism from Hindu Dharma. Again, another argument made is that when the Guru Ram Das Ji established the Ramsar and the Harmandir Sahib was constructed, that was a new place of worship for a community that they wanted to be different from the Hindus. And I don't find that explanation very ingenious, very convincing either. Because when you look at the Sikh tradition, there is Bani in the Guru Granth Sahib, and he says, this area of Ramsar is a blessed area where Ram Raj will be established, and people will not have to pay the jizya tax. Now, how sick does it get? I mean, it's as Hindu as it can. And then Guru Arjan Dev Ji compares the Har Mandir in the middle of the tank to Vaikunt, where Lord Vishnu resides on Sheshashaya in the Kshir Sagar. So, that you can connect the dots that it's called Hari Mandir, the term of God, which is most frequent in the Guru Granth Sahib, occurring almost, I believe, 9,000 or more times. And the Golden Temple in Amritsar, which is compared to the Vaikunt. How are Sikhs depicted in early Islamic literature? So Abul Fazl's Akbar Nama refers to a meeting of Guru Arjan Dev Ji with Akbar, and he terms the Sikhs as Brahmanical. Emperor Jahangir wrote his autobiography, and he refers to Guru Arjan Dev Ji as Arjan Mal very disparagingly, and he calls him a Hindu leader and says that he ordered a torture and execution for two reasons. Only the second reason these days is highlighted by the Sikh scholarship. But the first reason that that Jahangir gives is that Arjan Mal was a Hindu who had missiled a lot of Hindus, and his shop had been running for some generations. This is the language he uses, and that some foolish Muslims had also become his disciples. So if the scholars like Pashora Singh say, oh, Jahangir was a very liberal emperor and he he left the religious preachers alone. So this is not the real reason why he could have, really persecuted Guru Arjan Dev Ji. Well, Jahangir did patronize some Sufis and Jadrub Gosai, some, Hindu sons, but he was completely intolerant of Muslims becoming Hindus and any Muslim preachers, Hindu preachers converting Hindus to Islam. A case in the point is that when he was traveling through the area of Bhimbar, which is now in Pakistan occupied Kashmir, he discovered that intermarriages between Hindus and Muslims are very, very common. But he was horrified to see that there were some 400 Muslim women who had married Hindu men and had converted to Hinduism. And he ordered all those Hindu men to either divorce their wives or convert to Islam. And the records show that about 400 Hindu men and families had to convert to Islam as a result of that order. There's a third very detailed account, Dabistan, by a Parsi convert to Islam, and he personally knew the sixth and the seventh gurus, Guru Har Gobind Ji and Guru Har Kishan Ji. He does not explicitly say that the Sikhs had left Hinduism, but he does mention that Sikhs rejected Avatarvad. They used Vaheguru. They did not observe caste hierarchy because many, Khatris and Brahmin Sikhs could be subservient to Jat Sikhs. He mentioned that they did not worship Murtis, that they were monotheistic. But he also acknowledged that the Gurus did honor the avatars and the Hindu saints, but considered them as creations of the Akal Purakh. Interestingly, he also mentions that Guru Nanak Ji wore the sacred thread, which is very interesting because modern Sikh literature points to the Janam Sakhi, which says that when Guru Nanak Ji was taken for his thread ceremony, because he was a Bedi Khatri who wore the sacred thread, he refused and said that he wants not a cotton thread Janeu which will wither, but he wants an internal Janeu which can really transform and elevate him spiritually. But here we have accounts which, the author of Dabistan uh, got from Sikhs he met and from the Gurus, which said that Guru Nanak Ji actually wore the sacred thread. Um, he met with Guru Har Rai, and he mentions quite clearly that Guru Har Rai moved to territories which were ruled by the Hindu Raja of Sirmaur. And interestingly, when Shah Jahan occupied that kingdom in Himachal, Guru Har Rai moved to another kingdom, which was still ruled by the Hindu rulers. The point I'm trying to make is that very frequently, when the Sikhs were pressed, they found shelter in territories where the Rajputs and other Hindu kings still ruled. And the reason for this was obvious. They did not see the Hindus as their adversaries, and the Mughals and the Muslims were their prime adversaries in the Sikh community. How are the Sikhs mentioned in the early Hindi literature? Um, Guru Nanak Ji is mentioned as a Vaishnava saint in Bhakti anthologies like Bhakta Leela Amrit. Today, if you read the Sikh literature, they will make big deal. Oh, he's not mentioned in the Bhaktamal of Nabhadas, and so even the Bhakta saints considered them the gurus as non-Hindus or non-Vaishnavas. But actually, there are multiple anthologies of biographies of Vaishnava saints which mention Guru Nanak as a Vaishnava sant. Interestingly, the Bhavishya Puran, as it's printed, has a Pratisarga Khand, which brings the history of India right to the times of Queen Victoria. So we don't know when this Pratisarga Khand was actually compiled. The manuscripts haven't been studied, but it actually mentions Guru Nanak as a Vaishya of Panchal Desh who spread bhakti even amongst the Mlechas. So forget about the vernacular literature. Even the Sanskrit Puran mentions Guru Nanak as a Vaishya. One of Guru Nanak's commentary was, the Gosai Sampradaya, which was established in the Gujranwala district. One of their descendants is actually a friend of ours here, right here in Minnesota. And they had a granth which is called the Gosai Guru Bani, which starts with Amritvani, just like the Guru Granth Sahib starts with Japji. And so in the Amritvani, their founder uh, mentions a meeting with his contemporary Guru Nanak Ji and says that you and I belong to the same, vocation. We are spreading the same message. So there are many examples. There are heretical Sikh communities which are today considered non-Sikhs, like the Udasis, who trace their spiritual lineage to Baba Shri Chand, the elder son of Guru Nanak Ji. Uh, in Punjab, because of Islamic invasions, Hindu learning was extinguished quite a bit. And actually, it was only the Udasi Deras, which were the repositories of Sanskritic and other Hindu learning. We find hundreds of manuscripts of commentaries or translations of the Bhagavad Gita, even Hindu mathematical works in the Udasi Deras. Not many people know that one of the gurus of Swami Ramakrishna Paramhans, who was Totapuri, was an Udasi, Dashnami sadhu. And actually, even Swami Virjanand of Swami Dayanand Saraswati was an Udasi, sadhu. Another heretical sampradaya of Sikhism, who's also included in the Panjmail, was the Meena. And so this was started by Pirthia, who was the older brother of Guru Arjan Dev Ji, and he was very upset that their father Guru Ramdas Ji selected his younger brother Guru Arjan Dev Ji to succeed him. So they established a parallel Guru Gadi, and they wrote considerable literature. So the question is, how does this sampradaya um, connect to Hinduism? And Mihirvan, wrote a very massive Janam Sakhi of Guru Nanak Ji and a lot of other literature. His descendants, Harji and Chaturbhuji, actually wrote commentaries on Hindu Vaishnava scriptures also, and they gave pravachans on them. And Mihirvan, from his description of Ujjain, Kashi, it's very clear that he had actually visited those places. So, whether we look at the orthodox Sikh sampradayas or the so-called heretical Sikh sampradayas, their relationship with the Hindu community was as if they are part and parcel of the larger Hindu community. So, many other examples can be given, but what exactly have been the effects of Sikh separatism? I don't want to dwell much on Punjabi Suba or Khalistani terrorism, but interestingly, if you read the traditional Sikh literature, the enemy is the Delhi Sarkar, the Mughals, and now they have, transformed that hated Delhi Sarkar to the government of Delhi, especially during the time of Indira Gandhi. I still remember as a child, I saw a poster outside a Gurdwara in Model Town in North Delhi, and it treated Indira as an acronym, starting I for idiot. And it ended with a couplet and said, Hitler ki maa ne Bharat mein janam liya. So that was the kind of rhetoric that was used. And, Indira Gandhi's government was likened to the Mughal Sarkar of Delhi. But if you have to distance yourself from Hindu Dharma, a corollary is that you start adopting the Abrahamic framework. And that is something Conrad Elst has also elaborated in his, We Are Not, Who is a Hindu, in the chapter of Sikhism. Um, Very interestingly, some of the modern scholars of Hinduism, they declare the gurus as prophets and the Bani is the revelation. Um, in a lot of Abrahamic faiths, dissension or difference of opinion or interpretation was violently stamped out. And that is the way the Sikh Panth has also taken. There were riots and violent conflicts between Akalis and Nirankaris in 1978. Actually, our neighbor, who was a Nirankari, prominent Nirankari of Delhi, was killed in one of those riots. His son was of my age, so I knew him. And during the Ram Leelas, every year we used to go to their home to borrow swords for use in the plays. Um, Another, like I said, the Dasham Granth has been downgraded. There is a subset of the Rahit Maryadas, or the conduct of the Rahits, which is very closely aligned to Hindu practices. Those have been rejected. Many passages of Adi Granth are reinterpreted. Very interestingly, some Sikhs, have even gone to the extent of rejecting very Hindu doctrines like rebirth. And I've given an example of Kalav Ghana. Subsequently, he was declared an offender by the Akal Takht. The Sikhs have even come up with a new calendar, which they call the Nanak Shahi calendar. They want to replace the Vikram Samvat, which is used to set the dates for Sikh festivals. And there is still a lot of opposition to adoption of the Nanak Shahi calendar, but the trend is that both the calendars are listed in parallel. I think it's a matter of time when the Sikh community will eventually just reject the Vikrami Samvat and switch all their festivals to the Nanak Shahi calendar. Uh, some Sikhs even argue that Hindus are vegetarians, whereas we are not vegetarians. And the traditional stereotype about Punjabis that they are eating butter chicken all the time, which is totally false. If you look at these surveys on the extent of vegetarianism in different parts of India, you will be surprised that the Sikh majority state of Punjab is number, I don't know, two or three. According to surveys, 50 to 60% of the population of Punjab is vegetarian. And yet, to the hatred of so-called Hindu customs is so great among certain sections that I have even come across news reports where some hot-headed young Sikhs have said that we should start serving meat in the langars. Right now, the langars are totally vegetarianism, which they blame on Vaishnava intrusion and influence. And some of them have even said that we should serve beef. So that's the extent to which we are not Hindus, argument has gone. I've already mentioned how the Hindu themed frescoes are being whitewashed and replaced with, Sikh art. You can only show Guru Nanak Ji with Bhai, Mardana and Bhai Bala and other pure Sikh art, patterns. Um, a lot of the Sikh traditions themselves and doctrines have been rejected thanks to the narrow Akali interpretations. Um, there is the oldest tika on the Guru Granth Sahib is the Faridkot Wali tika. Even that is not read very much these days because a lot of the writing in the tika, which started in mid 19th century, because of the norms of that time, it has a lot of passages in the Braj language, which is an unacceptably Hindu language today, I guess. Uh, discuss more on the example of Ram Janambhoomi in California textbooks. A lot of the Sikhs who are not necessarily Akali, Khalsa, Nihangs, they have been declared as non-Sikhs, or they have been um, marginalized or humiliated, put down so much that these communities have started considering themselves as Hindus. A prime example is Nanak Panthi Sindhis, who don't follow the 5Ks, and today almost uniformly they consider themselves as Hindus. They have some very unique customs. They install the murtis of Guru Nanak in their gurudwaras. They perform an arti, just like we perform an arti in temples. The Khatris and Aroras, and that includes many of my own family members, we have become Sikhs. My own two of my great grandmothers were Sikhnis, but all of their descendants are Hindu Vaishnavas. Um, but on the other side, a lot of the rural elements in the Punjab population have switched from getting their ceremonies performed by Brahmins, and they've switched to the Sikh sacraments. And an example is the Tarkhan community in the Patiala region. Uh, Divorced from the well springs of dharmic spirituality, unfortunately, now we are seeing a rampant conversions to Christianity in rural Punjab. A very interesting phenomenon that I see among certain Sikh groups is to appropriate Hindu practices and declare them as Sikh. In 1995, when I was a student in Florida, my roommate registered for a class on yoga, and the instructor for that class was a Caucasian Sikh lady who wore white attire and white turban. So she belonged to the 3HO of Yogi Harbhajan Singh, their tradition. After one class, he dropped out because he was very upset. He said, the instructor told me that yoga was invented by Guru Nanak Ji, and before the yoga asanas, she asked us to chant, mantras like Om Guru Nanakaya Namaha. And he said that I'm a Hindu and I just cannot accept it, and so he dropped that class. So this is a real example which I know personally. um, so I had given an example of how certain sections of Sikhs mindlessly oppose any agenda or any activism which is perceived as Hindu nationalist or Hindu. One is the example of the Ram Janambhoomi movement. There was a prominent presence of Sikhs in supporting the Shila, in performing the Shila Pujan, and even during the recent Bhumi Pujan on the 5th of August. But nevertheless, there are scholars like Surinder Kaur and Sher Singh who wrote books like the secular Emperor Babur. Well, if Babur was secular, then what do we call Guru Nanak Ji, who called, there's a section of 4 Banis in the Guru Granth called the Babur Bani, and I've just pasted some sections. Guru Nanak Ji laments that Babur was a merciless killer, a looter. His army, ravished women, and he utterly ruined the Hindu as well as the Muslim society of Hindustan. So if Emperor Babur was so benevolent and he was so secular, what should we think about this Bani of Guru Nanak? Or what should we call Baba Shri Chand, his oldest son, who in his writings has said that all the Mughals, Tughlaqs, Khaljis, Lodhis, Sayyid, Suri dynasties were very oppressive and violent towards Hindus. Actually, in this Bani, if you can look at the picture on the lower left corner or read the translation, he specifically mentions the destruction of Ram Janmabhoomi, Krishna Janmabhoomi, and how the Shivaling of Kashi Vishwanath was hidden in a well. And so if Babur and the Mughals were so nice, then what do we call Shri Chand? Uh, Interestingly, when we come to the Ram Janmabhoomi movement, one of the first litigation when the British came into political power in Awadh happened when a Nihang and his followers stormed into the Babri Masjid and they forcibly evicted the Muslims and stopped the namaz. They erected a Nishan Sahib outside the Babri Mosque, and the Nihang scribbled Ram Nam with charcoal all inside the walls of the mosque, and he started a puja and havan every day. An FIR was filed against the Nihang by Muslims, and he was evicted. But he did not relent. He went to the Ram Chabutra, and he started performing the puja and the havan there. So this is the legacy of Sikhs in the liberation of Ram Janmabhoomi, and so it is very unfortunate that some Sikhs, either under the influence of Akali politics or under the influence of secularism, want to oppose the Ram Janmabhoomi movement. Here's another example. So in 2005, 2006, and also from 2016 to 2017, the Hindu advocacy groups in California asked the Board of Education of the state to improve the presentation of ancient India and Hinduism in the textbooks. Hinduism was predominantly described as a faith which is ridden with casteism, which is which suppresses women, and which is very Brahmanical and very oppressive. Um, One of the additions that the textbooks made was a section on Sikhism. Now, how did those textbooks describe Sikhism? You can see it's pitted against Hinduism as if it's an improvement over Hinduism. So Guru Nanak was a social reformer who challenged the authority of Brahmins and casteism. And then if you read at some other passages or edits which were proposed by the Sikhs, they said that Hinduism oppressed women, whereas Sikhism gave an equal status. And the education board set up committees to review different proposed textbooks. The most widely textbook used in California is by Harcourt Publishers. Unfortunately, on that committee, the only Indian representative was actually a leader of a Sikh advocacy group. And she and that committee injected 300 plus edits in the textbook, mainly in the sections on India, and they were very demeaning to India and Hinduism. Well, fortunately for us, the Board of Education thought that they were really overstepping the limits, and they rejected the textbook completely. So that objective failed. But what I'm trying to explain here is that whenever Hindu advocacy groups have tried to improve the presentation of Hinduism in the textbooks, they face opposition not only by Islamists, the evangelists, and the ex-Hindu and Christian Dalit groups, but also by Khalistani groups. And interestingly, there is also the Ravidasiya group, who really opposed the Hindus in 2005 and 2006. But this time in 2016 onwards, their opposition was quite muted. And the reason for that is that Ravidasya no longer today consider themselves as Sikhs. In the year 2009, some Sikh militants murdered the Ravidasya Guru while he was giving a sermon in a Gurudwara in Vienna. And the Ravidasyas decided that they will never be treated as equal. And so the Ravidasyas decided not to read the Guru Granth Sahib any further in their places of worship, and they will only read the writings of Guru Ravidas and some other sons. And they declared their sampradaya as a separate religion. So maybe because of that, they were not that vocal this time in 2016, 2017. So this brings me to back to what I had said. There are multiple views on Hindu-Sikh relationship, and the first view, really, which I discussed, doesn't have much justification to be accepted. There is hardly anything of Islamic content in the Sikh scriptures, other than a few loan words who are very well integrated into the Sikh philosophy. There is quite a bit of truth in the statement that Sikhism evolved from Nirgun Bhakti, other Bhakti, and the Nath traditions, but now it is a separate religion. So we cannot really say that Sikhism is now a sect of Hinduism. The shared heritage is being practiced by both Hindus and Sikhs even today. Um, During Hindu festivals, I often see some Sikhs visit our local temple here, and likewise, Hindus continue to visit the Gurudwaras. You can see Sikhs in pilgrimage centers of the Hindu community like Haridwar and Vaishno Devi. Um, a Khatri Sikh would rather marry a Khatri Hindu than a Jat Sikh. So there is still a roti beti, relationship between the Hindus and Sikhs, and no matter how much a section of the Sikhs emphasize on their separateness, it is my firm belief that the Hindus and Sikhs will continue to live like brothers, because a complete split between the two communities is impossible. So that's all I had to present. It's a topic on which one can speak for hours. I have compiled notes which go beyond this presentation, and I will send them to Conrad Elst within a day or so. But now I can probably take some questions.
Hello, may I?
You can stop the screen sharing, Vishal.
Okay.
So that we can see you when you're answering the questions.
Yeah.
Yeah, may I?
Certainly.
Conrad, may I come in?
Yeah, come on, go on.
Okay.
Sorry, I was
Firstly, Vishal, I forgot to thank you, Conrad, for a very perceptive presentation on Ram Swarupji. Thank you. But coming to Vishal, enjoyed your presentation very much and learned a lot. This is a subject very close to my heart. And so I'll raise 2-3 points that I think you are well aware of, because you've studied the subject so well. But even so, to know your reactions. Firstly, I'm not sure that the Hindu-Sikh divide would have taken the kind of shape it did had Swami Dayanandji not initiated Shuddhi campaign. It was a very insulting term. It started with trying to bring back Ghar Wapsi of Muslims, but then he extended his generosity to Sikhs and called them, even Punjabi was, Gurmukhi was described in very derogatory terms by him, and also got the Hindus of Punjab. You see, and then from there on, the Jansangh and others picked it up, whereby Hindus of Punjab started declaring Hindi as their mother tongue to distinguish themselves from Sikhs in order not to be swamped by the Akalis. And only Sikhs ended up owning Punjabi. So the disowning of Punjabi by Punjabi Hindus also marked a very major schism point.
Yeah.
And in the process, of course, the Punjabi Suba was truncated and Haryana got separate. So the Sikhs got a smaller version of Punjabi Suba, and the Hindus became a permanent minority in Punjab, which they wouldn't have been if there was a united Punjab, including Haryana and the neighboring areas. Now, that's one part. So Swami Dayanand's role is very crucial because he indulged in a lot of insulting remarks against Sikhs and the Sikh gurus. The bhasha was upbrunch, polluted, so he wanted them to purify their language. That's one. Secondly, I'm sure you're aware of it, but for the benefit of others, the role of the Congress party and now even BJP in making the Sikh Panth get narrower and narrower. See, the problem is for me not that Sikhs want to define themselves as separate. But I'm sorry, every Punjabi, I would say every Hindu considers the gurus as their own. I don't want to be deprived of that right. And the Akalis have no right to deprive me of my right to the connection with the gurus, which is what they do. And the Congress party obliged them generously by enacting amendments to the SGPC Act, whereby Sahajdari Sikhs, that is those who don't keep a beard and turban and the 5Ks, were declared as non-Sikhs. They don't have voting rights, if, for example, in the SGPC election. And Narendra Modi government drove the last nail in this coffin by an amendment in the first term, in Modi's term, where he made this schism. And actually, Sahajdharis protested, but Modi government didn't listen. They obliged the Akalis because they thought they were going to get some big bonanza in Punjab due to the electoral alliance, which is now in shreds anyway. So the role of politicians in not only driving a wedge between Hindus and Sikhs, but even Sahajdhari Sikhs, which were in a way a link to, so that you couldn't distinguish one or the other. And in many families, up to my mother or grandmother's generation, every Punjabi Hindu family would have one son given to the gurus, so to speak. And in my house, Ramayana part was as common, for example, as Guru Granth Sahib part. Now, the third important point, which I think needs to be also as a political strategy point needs to be addressed, which is that the Indian state has created so many incentives to be a minority, to be Hindu bash, to bash Hindus, to bash Brahmins. The only minority, if you ask me, effective minority today, and the most despised minority is the Brahmins everywhere, and it's so much demonization. It's actually numerically also a minority. But this minority has to be demonized, and through it, anti-Hindu fury unleashed. And the advantages, the incentives that come with Hindu bashing, it's the best career option. You start bashing Hindus and you get the best of jobs in American universities, in European universities, even in Indian universities, where the left reigns supreme. And the left actually is a front for Christo-Islamists. So the Congress party initiated this and has created incentives. In the previous session, Conrad, you were talking about how each group went, everybody wanted to be declared separate. Even I want to convert, become a Buddhist, because honestly, I'm tired of being the so-called majority, which is so disadvantaged. If the Indian state were to reverse the incentives and the minorities were to actually get the deal that they do in many other countries, and the majority were to have substantial advantages, I bet they will crawl on their knees and come and beg to be taken within the Hindu fold. I mean, no other state has acted in this vicious manner against its own people and allowing the Break Up India forces to acquire such eminence. Thank you.
So, yeah, thank you. So, Right after this conference, Madhuji, I will send you the draft that I was compiling for Conrad G. And I have actually sections on all of these three points that you made, but because of shortage of time, I didn't have slides on that. Now, coming to the Arya Samaj, Swami Dayanand Saraswati ji used extremely intemperate and intolerant and insulting language against the gurus, the Granth, and the language. He called Guru Nanak ji Dambhi, arrogant. And he says that the Sanskrit shlokas in the Guru Granth reflect that their knowledge of Sanskrit was imperfect, but he did not realize that Sanskrit was the colloquial Sanskrit language used in
Yeah.
northern India at that time. He misquoted the Guru Granth and other scriptures. For example, he quoted a line, Ved Parat Brahme Janam Gavaya. And so what it means is that the Brahma read the Vedas and he, still did not gain anything. What he did not realize that this was an allusion in the Guru Granth Sahib to the story from Srimad Bhagavatam, where Brahmaji, whose four faces represent the four Vedas, stole the cows of Krishna. And so that was the context. When he went to Amritsar, and if you read Pandit Lekhram's Jivan Charitra of Swami Dayanand Saraswati, he started criticizing the Harmandir Sahib. He said the Sarovar is so dirty,
Yeah.
the Sikhs and the Hindus tonsure their hair, and the water is so dirty that I'll not even put my feet. The Nihangs got very upset, and for a while there was a threat that they might come and kill him.
Yeah.
So he himself in his own lifetime did not perform any Shuddhi of the Sikhs. It was sometime around 1900 when, and you were talking about the Hindu Arya Samaj relationship. Initially, the Sanatani Hindus were so upset with the intemperate criticisms of the Puranas and other classical Hindu facets that there was a saying in the Sanatani Hindus, "Samaji se to namaji achhe."
हाँ, सही बात है.
It,
I'm
and
well aware of this.
yeah,
Yeah.
and you talk about the shared heritage that people have. So, like my Nani's mother was a Sardarni, and my mother was born right outside the Golden Temple. And it's a tradition in our home, in our puja ghar, we always have a picture of Babaji, which you would know it means Guru Nanak ji. And a bead of Guru Granth Sahib is always there. There is one on my bedside table. My wife, for many, many years, she would read a Dukh Bhanjani before going to bed. So it's a part of our family tradition. And any affront to the gurus, like what you read in the Satyarth Prakash and other writings, is an insult to our heritage. And we are Hindu. So it was in 1900 when some Arya Samajis were approached by the Rahata low caste Sikhs from rural Punjab in the Jalandhar district. And they said, the Sikhs ill treat us. Why don't you Aryas make us full-fledged Arya Samajis and give us the Janeu? And there was a lot of opposition both from Hindus and Sikhs, but nevertheless, the hot-headed Arya Samajis went ahead. And it was a very humiliating sight. The Rahatas were brought on stages and they were tonsured in front of horrified Hindus and Sikhs. And that was a very triggering event. And soon after that, we had the Anand Karaj Act. We had the Shri Guru Prabandha Committee Act. So the role of even in 1970s, when there were conflicts between Akalis and Nirankaris, even then the Arya Samaji leadership started issuing statements supporting the Nirankaris. So yes, the Arya Samajis, and we shouldn't blame the British. They pushed out Sikhism of Hinduism. Coming to the political.
Sorry. No, I'll wait for you.
Yeah. So then you mentioned about the political aspects and the fact that it's not very beneficial to be a Hindu in India these days. I have dwelt on that aspect in my write-up. I've kind of working on it, but it's a fact that Indira Gandhi propped up Bhindranwale because she couldn't defeat the Kalis in the Punjab, and she also propped up certain Sikh leaders who were not very well respected. And even after Operation Blue Star, I remember they had the Akal Takht rebuilt by Baba Santa Singh, but the Sikh community did not accept it, and they had it demolished once again. So there's a very vicious role which the Congress government played in distancing the Sikhs from the Hindu community. Ironically, today the Punjab government is led by Captain Amrinder Singh. And look at again the divisive politics being played. Captain Amrinder Singh opposed the CAA, and soon thereafter, when the daughter of the Granthi of Nankana Sahib was kidnapped and forcibly converted to Islam, and recently the daughter of the Granthi of the Panja Sahib Gurdwara was kidnapped and again converted to Islam. And when the Sikhs and Hindus were butchered in the Gurdwara attack, I think in March in Kabul, all of a sudden he's asking the Indian government to issue long-term visas, which the Indian government did to save the Sikhs of Afghanistan. So there's a lot of this dirty politics, the role of Arya Samaj, which has alienated the Sikhs. Anybody would get very upset about it. But like Conrad said, as Hindus, we cannot disown our heritage, in which we count the Bani of Gurus and their traditions and their teachings, and any affront to them is an affront to us.
Yeah, because see, even Gurbani, all of it, apart from the Dasham Granth that you talked about, it's full of Ram Nam. It's full of Ram Nam. I mean, from beginning to end. And where does this Ram come from? Also, till Govind Singh Ji, all the earlier gurus have Hindu names. So this Singh became a liability for them because it's now become a statement of separatism just because.
So my in-laws are, Sahajdari Sikhs. They are Khatris. And in my mother's and side also, we have a lot of Sikhs, like two of my great grandmothers, who were both orphaned during the Spanish flu pandemic, and then they were adopted and married into Vaishnava families. But anyhow, that's a family memory. We read the Sukhmani Sahib very frequently, and the lines of those shabads are ingrained in our memories. When the Sukhmani Sahib, Guru Arjan Dev Ji, quite in the beginning, not exactly in the first lines, he invokes the authorities of the Hindu Shastras, and you mentioned Ram Nam. He said, Ved Puran Simrat Sudhakar Kine Ram Nam Kakar. And then he closes the Sukhmani again with the words, Simrat Shastra Veda Vyakhyani. So he's appealing to the authorities of the Smritis, the Shastras, the Vedas, and they say that in the end, what they say is the Ram Nam, and that is what we should, smaran all the time.
And Guru Gobind Singh was a Devi Upasak. He went to war every time after doing offerings to the Devi.
So there are
Chandi Ki War, for example, is a martial poem.
There are three accounts of the formation of Khalsa, and one of them very clearly mentions that the Devi appeared and blessed Guru Gobind Singh Ji. If you see a lot of the old manuscripts and paintings and frescoes of Guru Gobind Singh Ji, he's shown as worshipping the Devi and bowing to him. Interestingly, the Dasham Granth and even with this, other texts that I mentioned are not the only compositions of Guru Gobind Ji, because towards the end of his life, he moved down to Nanded, where he gave up his, mortal coil. And there he composed a Granth named the Sarvaloho Granth, which till recently was was the possession of the Nihangs, and they forbade printing it. They didn't allow anybody to study it, but recently it has been printed. And again, if you look at the sections, it's as Hindu as it can get. Where Lord Vishnu is being requested to incarnate and save Dharma and everything. So, when people start separating Sikhism from Hinduism, they forget that the Vaishnava Bhaktas were not either Nirgun or only Sagun. Surdas Ji was a Nirgun in his earlier life. Then he became a Sagun Bhakta. Bhagat Namdev, whose Bani is incorporated in the Guru Granth Sahib, he was a Nirgun as well as Sagun. Ramanand Ji is considered the founding Acharya of both the Nirgun and the Sagun Bhaktas. So this division, even, it's a degree of emphasis. So when we apply that model of, the larger Hindu society, Hindu tradition to the Sikh Granth, that model alone can make sense of the diversity of thought in the Guru Bani. The first Guru, Guru Nanak Ji, said that Bhagat Prahlad was saved at the age of 5 by Lord Vishnu. And going down to the ninth Guru, whose Bani is included in the Guru Granth, Guru Tegh Bahadur Ji recalls that Ganika was uplifted by Krishna. He talks about Sudama, he talks about Ajamil. All these narratives are from the Bhagavad Puran. If the gurus only worshipped Akal Purakh, then what is the sense of having these, examples? Are they just decorations in the text? And why are they so frequently cited? So all one can say is that just like one can either emphasize Nirgun or one can emphasize Sagun, but the two are not entirely separate. The Sikh gurus emphasize the Nirguni tradition while also honoring the Sagun tradition. Otherwise, what would you make out this line from Sukhmani? Jaake I think it was Jaake Roop Rang Anek. I mean, what would you make sense out of it? So, that's I totally agree to that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Well, I guess in the interest of time, we will have to gradually wind up. There's only very little I have to add here. 1 year from now, on the 16th of October, 2021, it is another centenary, namely of Sitaram Goel. And so, due to circumstances, this will also become a piece completing the present little effort. I hope that by then we can have a normal conference someplace in Delhi, in his own city, and for 2 days, and have more space for everything. There will also certainly be another session on Ram Swarup. So if any of you feels inspired to contribute something, please prepare that. And so then we'll meet again. I will have before then ready a reader of Sitaram Goel, the most important parts of his work. About Ram Swarup, I haven't seriously thought about it yet, in the sense that it seemed to me that his works, well, can hardly be taken apart and the essentials put together, but I'm open to persuasion. And then after that conference, we will also make conference proceedings, both for Sitaram Goel and for Ram Swarup separately.
Thank
Okay.
you. I would now request Ramesh Rao from India Facts to say a few words.
Thank you. Thank you, Harikiran Garu. Thank you for all the wonderful speakers. But my role today is not to thank all of the presenters. My task is to kind of give a brief overview, summary of what India Facts is going to be from now on, a platform for such conferences, such presentations, such talks. I've been reading recently Harsh and Rajiv's new idea of India. And surely they mention about Sitaram Goel ji and Ram Swarup ji. And interestingly, I think when I read the blurbs at the back, there is Shashi Tharoor saying, where are the intellectuals from the right and so on. And here we are. And India Facts is going to be a platform. And it's very important because I think we have ceded the space. We have been here, but we have ceded the space to the people that you have mentioned, all of you have mentioned. And unfortunately, again, it just, people put me in these WhatsApp groups and email groups. And I have been, aghast to read the kind of support, for example, for Trump, mindlessly rushing in where angels fear to tread. And what happens then is because we have ceded that space, there are these lumpen elements who begin to represent us. And that, I think, is a danger from within our own, Panth. So it is very important, therefore, for us to regain the space, for India Facts, therefore, to provide that kind of platform. And here again, uh, uh, without Hari Kiran's initiatives, we would not be doing all of this stuff. And my role now as the new editor, I'm just getting my feet wet here. But once again, this particular conference shows, the sheer, breadth and depth of the kind of knowledge and information that we have to offer the world. So with that, I hope we will have more and more of this, that we will not just be talking, but that we will be writing and compiling and publishing, and that we will be curating these kinds of digital stuff also carefully, because it's very important. Otherwise, so much of, for example, I have been with, for the last 30 years, some RSS conference or meetings, nothing happens. People meet, talk, and it vanishes into thin air. So it is very important for us, therefore, to use these opportunities to build the kind of stuff that we need to be building. With that, once again, dhanyawad. It's so good to see all of you, so good to hear all of you. And so back to Hari Kiran Garu.
Thank you, Ramesh. Thank you so much for all that you're doing. And I do hope under your stewardship, India Facts will take a completely new role and dimension. Started 7 years ago. It had two editors, Sandeep Balakrishna, who did a fantastic job. And then we had Nitin for 4 years and now you have taken the role. I'm sure it'll be a different flavor. We all know how gentle you are, how sharp your knife is, and how sharp your pen is, and how gentle you are. Simultaneously, you capture both. And I think the leftists of the world will face that in time to come. I was there at the opening, and I was just telling about the way in which this memorial fund was instituted. It started on a mail group, and then Jaggi came and he contributed 10 lakhs, and my good friend DVS, my benefactor, and my go-to person whenever I need help, my dear friend DVS, the very young DVS, he contributed, and on behalf of Indic Academy, we contributed. So eventually we are now trying to, a lot of people have the immense respect both Ram Swarup and Sitaram Goel carry even today in all our minds, is something to be felt. And a lot of people have reached out saying that we would like to contribute. So we would be creating a separate trust for that, independently managed trust. And then once we do that, we will make an announcement to facilitate the participation, the contribution and the service that a lot of people want to do through in perpetuating their legacy. I now request DVS to say a few words. He's been very, very passionate about this whole enterprise. DVS, can we see you and say a few words, please? Yes. You're on mute. You're on mute, DVS. You're on mute. Yeah.
Audible now?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm certainly the oldest around here, but I'm an infant in front of all the scholars that I had the opportunity of listening to all afternoon. I've been so enthralled, and I marvel at the depth of knowledge and devotion to this topic. The great inspiration that Ram Swarup ji and Sitaram Goel have devolved to us and carries on and keeps coming down. And being close to 80 and a latecomer into the polemics of what happens to Hindus and what attacks it and what strains it, I feel rather hopeful and confident that we are going to go further on. given the gathering we have here, and Harikiran keep on inventing new ways of tackling barricades against the invaders of modern times, and people like Ramesh Rao jumping in and manning stations. And I'm absolutely confident that Hinduism will see its rightful role in the world. And I bow my head in honor and in thanks to all the people who have spared the time this afternoon. And I wish everyone well. And thank you very much. It's been a learning afternoon for me. I'm most grateful. And good night.
Thank you, Divyas.
Thank you.
I just want to recognize Madhuji. Thank you so much for your very active, insightful participation. It's been very heartening to see you. Also, Shrikantji was here throughout. He just left. Jaggi was also there. We would like to acknowledge their contribution, acknowledge their presence throughout, and of course, they have played a phenomenal role. So, Kei, over to you. Please.
Yes, just a little remark. I just learned that Saroj Goel was effectively here. He attended, but he felt that he had nothing to add anymore after Harishchandra's paper. However, next year, in the conference devoted to his father, he will be the crown witness. So we'll meet him again.
Thank you. So thank you all the speakers and thank you once again.
Thank you. Thank you, Harikiranji. And thank you, Ramesh.
Thank you. Namaste.
Namaste, Conradji.
Namaste.
Thank you very much for this feast.
Yes. This has been K's, I call him fondly K, and this has been K's very passionate project. And he needs a special mention. I remember just before COVID, he was here supposed to stay and then he had to rush back. And we look forward to welcoming you back, Conrad. There's a lot of work that we need to do.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you all. Namaste.